Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat kepa, gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. To spoon. You wanna get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah! Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, man, you bati leo.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, man, you bati leo.
Spoon.
Besetu.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Ba. Skidibidi dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment.
Kuwa. Bese kuwa, kudileo. Kudileo.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, charges on the beat.
on the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjema, Maryland to spoon. To spoon. If you eat keep on gradually, my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to spoon. To spoon.
You wanna get a news update? To spoon.
What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you about today?
Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon.
Bada.
Spoon.
Kidibidi dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Kuwa. Bese kuwa, kudileo. Kudileo.
Told the spoon to get your information. Told the spoon to be part of the
Yes, I, a special one from the CEOs, Dan coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
Told the spoon to get your information. Told the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Funjema, Maryland to spoon. To spoon. If you eat keep on gradually, my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to spoon. To spoon.
You wanna get a news update? To spoon.
What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you about today?
Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon.
Bada.
Spoon.
Kidibidi dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Kuwa. Bese kuwa, kudileo.
Okay, very good evening, good morning to you, depending on where you are. And I'd like to say welcome to another edition of the program, The Late Night Show, The Late Night Politics on Spoon. We're here again, live on Spoon TV on Facebook. We're live on Fabric TV. We're live on Super TV as well, all on Facebook. We're also live on YouTube. You can search Spoon Talk Live. We're live there. We're streaming this program live on YouTube as well. I want to say welcome to the program tonight. My name is Nelson Colen, and the late night show is where we all get to talk about the issues that brought us on our country, Liberia, the forward march of our country. And here, it doesn't matter your political view, we all gather here as Liberians to discuss those issues of national concerns. I want to say welcome to the program again. And as usual, we are going to have the link to this show in the comment section so that if you're out there, you want to join in, you want to make your participation, of course, you can just click on the link and then you can join in and then make your participation on the show. Now, the next thing is we will encourage females to come on and participate on the show. We will encourage as many females to come on because this is about Liberia, and gone are the days where discussing issues of such should just be about the men, or the men should just gather and discuss. No, we are highly encouraging our mothers, our sisters, and everyone to join us tonight as we move on with this edition of the program. And then, as you join us, we're encouraging you to share the show as well. Share the show in all of the chat rooms, in the on their Facebook pages and in all of the different groups, so that we can have many people, so we can have a lot of people joining us as we move on with the discussion tonight. All right, so welcome again to the show. I'm Nelson Colette. Morba Zoka is going to be joining us, my co-moderator on the show. And I have Sharif. Sharif is already here. Let me bring in Sharif. Sharif, let me say good. Is it good morning or good evening to where you are? Oh, okay. It's like I caught Sharif unaware. So let me bring Raymond in. Raymond, hello, welcome. Are you also having some technical issues, Raymond? Wow. Again, I don't know what's happening here, but it's like we lost Raymond. So we are hoping that we can get Raymond coming back on. We're also looking forward to we're also wow. Raymond is coming in with another from another side. I don't know, but let me see if I can take you from this in, Raymond. Um, okay, Raymond, are you there? Are you hearing me? Are you with us, Raymond? Wow, I don't know what's happening here. But there seems to be an issue getting Raymond on the show. Um, Cursor Winston rather, has joined us. So I'm posting the link again in the comment section. If you just joined the show, all you have to do is to click on that link, and you'll be able to come on. All right, and I'm encouraging you to just click on the link and you'll come on. Welcome, Cindy. Cindy,
Yeah,
welcome to the show.
Nelson. Good evening.
Okay.
Is it
Good evening to you.
is it good morning to you?
Yeah, it's already morning hour.
What time is it there?
It's 15 minutes past 1 a.m. to where I am. So it's morning hour here.
It's 15 minutes past 7
Right.
p.m. here.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Yeah.
that's great.
Yeah.
So my time is 1 a.m. Your time is 7
7
p.m.
p.m. on a Wednesday. You are Thursday already.
Whoosh, imagine that.
LDC just went.
Okay, so yeah, I don't know.
Uh,
I just lost electricity. I'm gonna address that shortly. Let me see. Let me hope if I can do
LDC will
something
do it for
about that.
you.
Yeah, Ellie not do it for me, oh, serious one. But let me bring Raymond and the rest of the guys in. Raymond, welcome. I don't know what's happening. It's a bit difficult getting you on today, Raymond. Okay, so hello. Are we still here, Cindy? Is Cindy on or hello? Okay, so let's see if we can get Prince coming on. Prince, how are you, sir?
And Nelson, how you doing today?
Yeah, okay, good evening. It's great to have you on the show.
Good to have you too, Nelson. Thank you guys
Okay,
so much for the job you're doing in Liberia.
yeah, and I appreciate all of you for always joining us. Uh, okay, I think I have electricity. You know,
Yeah, the country
when
we live, you'll find yourself. Oh my God.
let me say something. And I know this might sound now not too good, but there's a situation here in Liberia where even the kids, when when electricity goes, everybody like, oh, people will scream. And when the electricity comes back, like what I just experienced, if kids were around, they would say, oh, Korinaka, Korinaka. You see everybody celebrating, but that's it. It's an interesting thing. Yeah. But it's good to have you. I think this is your debut appearance on the show. I stand to be corrected, but I think this is your first time on the show.
For me?
Yeah.
No, this is my second time on the show, but the first time I was on the show, it was with the CEO. And you were
Oh,
moderating that night. You remember the night that you received a meeting?
oh,
This
oh,
is
oh,
very
oh,
first.
okay, okay, okay. That night was a great night.
Yeah, I know, I know, I know. Yeah, but the good to
Thanks
be
a
on
lot. I
again.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks a whole lot. And let me just bring the rest of the guys on. But Raymond, I don't know what's happening with your network tonight. Raymond, it's not too good for you. I don't know what's happening. Uh, so we are going to kickstart the discussion as we get the rest of the guys coming on. But let me see if I can bring Winston. Winston, I don't know whether you there. No, Winston is not ready. Winston's camera is off. Let me post the link again in the comment section. If you're out there, you want to join us, you can just kindly click on the link, and you'll be able to join us on the late night politics tonight on um, Spoon, Fabric, Super, and also on YouTube. So I'm trying to bring Raymond back on. Raymond, this issue should be from your gadget. I don't know. You keep logging in with different. I will see you log in before I know you're out of studio. And then I see you come back with another template. It's all like that. But welcome, Raymond.
Thank you, and it's good to be back on the People's Show where we can talk to our people about issues facing them and issues that are of grave concern to us. The plight of our
Okay,
people and the interests of our nation. Thank you to have
thank
you
you.
here, always working tirelessly to ensure that our people are informed of trending national issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, Ture has joined us as well. Ture, welcome, Chief.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you, Nelson. Thank you. Glad to be on here once again to discuss the people's, uh, the people's problems and finding solution to the situation that they have been subjected to by this government. and we just hope that whatever we put out there, people can find reasons to vote right comes October 10th.
Okay,
But glad to be
that's a
here,
great
man.
one.
Once again, man. Thank you.
Okay, I see. Mrs. Johnson is in the background. I don't know whether she's ready to come on. Let me see if I can bring her on just before we start the show. Hello, are you with us? Okay, so let's hope we can get her coming on later. But it's good to have all of you here today, and I just like us to kickstart the discussion with what's on our minds, and then we will proceed to other aspects of the discussion. But again, I want to say to those joining us, kindly share the show. We will appreciate if you were to do that. And yes, okay, Sharif. Sharif has joined us. Thank you for joining us, Sharif. I thought I caught you unaware.
No,
That
no,
means
it's like
you are expecting the
I
camera
was
before you know it. The camera opens on you.
yeah, I was on the phone with my papa and Mr. Torbert, and he's a pastor. He always wants to pray for me, and I can just tell him, Papa, I'll call you back. And he said I should tell you, he said I should let you guys know that I was speaking with him, and then I should say hello to you guys, and we are doing a great job. And he said his hope is to one day return back to Liberia.
Oh, great, great, great. That's a great one. Um, our greetings to him as well. We appreciate the fact that he follows the show and follow what we do here. Moba, thank you. Welcome, Moba.
Yeah, what's up,
I
guys?
mean,
How you doing, man?
that Igwe hat. I like that Igwe hat.
What's up, Moba? What's up? What's up?
Yeah, man. My Igwe higher.
What's up,
Thank
Sherry?
you.
What's good, brother?
Let me bring on the one on the
Today
Jerry.
I was in Philadelphia today. I didn't see you.
I mean, I'll find you, Sherry. I'll find you. Trust me. Megan to all.
Again to all, again to
Yeah.
all.
Meta even flash again that.
Jerry, yeah, again to them, my people. Jerry, yeah. Jerry, welcome.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to always share platform with you guys, man.
Okay, so I just left us to move straight into it by saying what's on our minds. I would like to I'd like us to start with mobile. Let's just go by the queue. We'll start with mobile, and then we can move on from mobile. We'll go to Cindy, just like that. But just to let it out quickly, we're not going to have too many talking points today. So our first talking point basically would be about the code of conduct. Mobile came in with something very interesting last evening, 5.1 of the code of conduct. He tried reading that, but we ran out of time. So yes, we had to hold a discussion there. But we have some videos as well we're going to be playing just in line with that. And so that's going to be part of our discussion. And then the closure of the Spoon Network, the impact on information dissemination in Liberia, and what does what does it say about free speech and the constitutional rights of people to be informed? Those are all issues we are going to look at as well. So basically, those two talking points we're going to have today on our plate for discussion. But I like to move on to Moba to kickstart the show by telling us what's on his mind. Moba is over to you.
Yeah, good evening, general guys. Yeah, what on my mind today is actually is I was selected justice in the country. Actually, yeah, like it just devastating. Every morning we wake up, we see our country going back off in the when we come to the rule of law, and more especially when it comes to freedom of speech. So it just It just, it's just devastating. It's frustrating that our government, they know like what they're doing is wrong. They're trying to block every means for our people to hear our voices, for them to know what is going on, and our people are angry. What on my mind is the government closing the radio station, and they're trying to play all kind of tactics to shut our voices, but we will not sit and relax. We got to stand up. We got to send our people. We got to talk to our people to be over there on Friday, so they can, at least it's not like a demonstration, but just awareness. Everybody get a placard, and tell the people that, oh yes, you cannot infringe on our freedom of right. We are Liberians. The land, free, liberty, and justice for everybody. It's not only selected, it's not for certain people. Look at Freedom FM today. They sat over there, they cost people, they say a lot of things. They are saying the worst thing about Yake, about all the political leaders, but they still operating. Is that not selected justice? It's how our country it's how we want for our country to be governed? No, we said no to that. We said no, there's a dictatorship. You need to balance all the equations when it comes to politics. You need to let the people talk. We live in a democratic world. We're not in a dictatorship world. So like, it's on my mind. I'm very angry about it. But what we can do, we the Liberian, we need to stand up. We can just talk without action. We need to stand up. It's not violent way, but a positive way to tell President we are the Liberia is not for him and his gang. Liberia is for everybody. It's for us. That's where we were born. Our mother, our father, our neighbor street is there. We want to go in a country where we will be recognized. There will be freedom of speech, freedom of movement, freedom of assembly, and there will be no one to violate our right. There will be no one to chase out. There will be no one to hunt up because we speak the truth. We got to speak on this, and we got to say the truth to our government. We got to put our feet on the fire. Let them stop this selective justice and attacking individual. Let them say what they want to say. They get Freedom FM, they get Kings FM, they get all the radio stations they have bought them with a lot of money. Oh yes, we know. But then what are they doing to us? We want money from them. Let we speak. Let we talk. Let we speak to our people. Our people that are in the villages. Let them hear our voice. Our people that are in the market hall. Let them hear our voices. Our people that where they are, the network cannot be there. Let them hear our voice through radio. They shouldn't be like, oh, it should be selective. Only if we don't ever go out insulting people and say what they want to say, that is wrong. That is wrong. So today somebody can wake up and say, okay, no, I'm going to sue Freedom FM too for tarnishing my reputation. Oh yes, we can do the same. We can say the same. We can hunt them too. But you know what? We don't want to do that. We want to be civil. We want to be real. I rest my case for now. SB.
I mean, it seems like you have anything on your mind. Finish discussing the whole topic yourself.
No, man, I'm angry, man. I'm angry, man. The government doing selective justice.
Yeah. So, well, good evening, my brothers. Good evening to the Liberian people. And yes, we are here again tonight to discuss the issues as it relate to our country. Liberia as a country is on my mind. As always, and especially in recent times, I have been reflecting on the youth of our country. You see how vulnerable our young people are, usually around the election period. They are being used by politicians. They are being used to fight against their fellow young people. So the young people of Liberia are on my mind, and I'm praying and hoping that one day they will realize that the conditions that they are faced with today are not should not be normalized. They are not normal conditions, and that they one day they will not be dependent on government officials for back or rise, for little things, for pretty much penny that they are being used for to hurt one another. The overall peace and stability of our country is on my mind, obviously, and I'm looking forward to a really good discussion tonight. Daddy. Okay.
That's great. That's great. That's great. Cindy, the girl wants your attention. Is that your daughter?
No, that's my son. That's my 3-year-old.
Oh, okay, okay, that's
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
That's great. You know, when that's how you get to know real dads. You know, the kids will always stick around, but
They always pop
the
up,
the,
man.
the typical African dad when you say, "Girlfriend," the child already leaping.
Oh, yeah, very good. Exactly. You can't get over here. Yeah, they always come. Yeah.
Let's hear you, sir. Uh, let's hear you, sir.
Nelson, are you talking to me?
Yes, sir.
All right, good afternoon to you guys, and good afternoon to the general public out there, and good afternoon to Liberia and all part of the world, the people that are listening to this late night show, Spoon Late Night. What's on my mind? What's on my mind tonight is all about the illegal closure of Spoon Network in Liberia. You know, it's so pathetic to the extent that because this network provides the legitimacy of Liberians information to the world. So people in ruling parties think that Liberia belongs to them, so they want to go this route. But believe you me, all those that we have in Liberia as family members are just from Liberia May. May 7, I left from Liberia. This gone May. And I saw the livelihood of the people in Liberia is dangerous. It's forsaken. You wake up in the morning and you sit on your porch. The kids that pass in front of that place every minute. You'd be like, why are you not in school? Oh, I have to sell this before I go to school. Look at the world we live in today. It's so sad. It's saddening for our country. And Friday, every member of my family that I have in Liberia will show up at the Temple of Justice. Because the Temple of Justice, all the lawyers, all the justices that are there, they're being bought. They've been bought already.
Okay, so we're gonna come back to you. We're gonna come back to you. We'll make the rounds, but let's just go to Raymond to hear what he has on his mind. Um, quickly, Raymond, is over to you, sir.
What's on my mind today is the suffering that our Liberian people had to endure for 6 years under the inept president, George Bakugba Weah. How our people are faced with so much hardship, the lack of sufficient food. People go to bed. A lot of the kids in the country are malnourished, don't have sufficient nourishment. Healthcare centers, people are trying to work hard and give care to our people, but yet they can't receive medication, making sacrifices. We know a few healthcare workers, we talk to them, they are our friends. We know the situation of the healthcare situation in our country. And the ordinary people, the poor people, cannot get medical care when they're sick. Yet our president flies around in private jet. He played soccer before, claimed by he and his supporters he was worth $80 million, yet was unable to look as good as he looks today, just in his normal appearance. Yet and still, he had 2 homes in Liberia that we all know of. But today, what he has 47 condominiums that are better than the previous home he had. He had to break that home down on 9th Street because it doesn't meet the taste. When he was worth 80 million, the kind of home he could build. Now as president, his home isn't the same. So our people is going through a lot. The suppression of our people, even to speak after all of these ills, as evidenced by the closure of Spoon Network, the suppression of Punch FM, and even Costa Roots FM. This government wants to silence the democratic right to freedom of speech and expression, and even the freedom of information. This government doesn't mean well. This government is trying to hurt our people. It took loan for $30 million to provide food. Nobody saw the food. Even the Zogos, who the government put up an attempt after they saw Honorable Darius Dillon trying to good efforts to cater to those who have been affected by these narcotic drugs. The government thought they could copy SIM. They went to raise funds. They got the initial $2 million. We heard from the youth and sport minister, nowhere to be found. The government finished eating it. Every little dime, drop of water they can lay on. George Weah is a greedy hunter. He would even eat a bucker ball. Liberian people know what we call bucker ball. He would eat a deer meat. He would eat a cow, and he would eat even an elephant. But the people shouldn't eat anything. It's so disheartening that our people got to face this. That's on my mind every day.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Raymond. It's over to you, Sharif. What's on your mind?
I thought it was
Sharif,
Toure.
are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Toure.
Oh, sorry, Toure. Yeah. Oh,
Well, I didn't.
yeah.
So I didn't want to say anything so that Nezzy
I just added. I just added another person to the stream, so automatically there was an adjustment. So I didn't see Toure. But go ahead, Toure.
Nelson, look at that date. Look at that date. The date.
No, I corrected it already. I did a correction. And thanks to the person in the comment section who raised the issue, I did the correction. Initially it was 2013, but I corrected it's 2023. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so very much, Nelson. I appreciate the opportunity once again. What's on my mind? So everything is on my mind. Liberian people always be on my mind. But what I really want to talk about today, the closure of Spoon. Freedom of speech, freedom of expression is a fundamental right. Liberians and everybody have the right to be informed and have a right to express themselves in their entirety. And the closure of Spoon, it have an absolute, a monumental impact on how people are going to perceive this election. Because when people are not getting adequate information to make an informed decision as to who to vote for, by essence, you are actually taking away a right that is enshrined in the Constitution. But this president have shown time without numbers that he has absolute no interest in respecting the very Constitution that he sworn to, that he will protect and defend. But yet the president go ahead and violate the Constitution willfully and knowingly. We don't have to go any further to talk about this. The closure of Spoon going to have a ripple impact on how people are going to go to vote. Because when they are not getting information to make an informed decision, like I alluded previously, then is it not a violating their fundamental rights? But I know the United States government will have something to say about this, because this is something that America don't play with. And I'm glad that from the CEO today that the CEO or or the current CEO now will be meeting with the American embassy tomorrow. So that's something that I'm really going to be looking forward to see how that's going to play out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dewey. Sheriff, what's on your mind, sir?
Well, as every day we come out here, we have concern for our people, their well-being, and the nation at large. We all call Liberia, and so we all seen what has been going on, and the weird government has waged war on media outlets that don't dance to his drum, and as a result, we've seen closure of various radio stations like Spoons and its conglomerate stations, and then you have other affiliate stations in the country. Again, this man, his behavior pattern has shown that he's a person who has dictatorial tendency in his blood. So, as a result, if someone who doesn't agree with him, and you automatically become the enemy of the state. And this is the man that has spent more time in studio than he has spent in the executive mansion. This is the man that has spent more time at the beach or at a Jamaica resort than he has spent thinking about critical decision makings of our country. Again, we're not surprised because some of us actually saw this from the time he was elected at the Senate and in 2014, and it's not a surprise to us. What I have to say to our people, we can make a change. And today, on my way driving back from Philadelphia, I had a conversation with one of my old men, and we always reach out to him, get knowledge from him about things that happened in Liberian politics in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And then he told me this. He said, for every nation, if you want change in your country, you, the people, you must have to want it, and you must have to go for it. Nobody's going to come and put it to your plate. God is not going to come from heaven and come in and bring change on your lap. You have to fight for it. This is why we're urging our people, do not be deterred, do not be feared. Come October 10, 2023, let's go and vote on the ballot. Number 2 on the ballot, Joseph Numa Boakai as President of the Republic of Liberia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Jerry, it's over to you. What's on your mind? Then we'll go to Emmanuel.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. What is on my mind this evening? I'd just like to inform our people as Bakugba take a tour across the country. I want you to ask him specific questions. The man said he came to end corruption. To what extent has he, made some effort to end corruption? We need to know. We are also interested in the 6,000 teachers he said he was bringing from Nigeria. We are interested in the Bali Island. We are interested in the issue of civil servant salary that he said, according to him, to the Capitol building when he delivered his sonar. The last sonar that, I forgot. I didn't know that people's salary had been reduced. I didn't know. The same way you were laughing when people said almost 95 to 98% of the people receive COVID-19, of food or whatever. He started laughing because when he himself read it, he knew it was
stimulus package. That was a stimulus package.
Yeah, that is stimulus package. Yeah, I mean, I seen it in COVID-19 and whatever. You see, so these are the questions. Ask the man the hard questions. Let's ask the hard questions because this man, for all indication, he can do it in less than 50-something days. No, he cannot do that. So let's ask him, because this is another 6 years that we want to joke with. 6 years is not fun. If we get George, we are another 6 years in this country, that rocks your will eat. So let us hold George Weah and his government by what they said they will do. And that's how we will understand whether we can make a decision, because we know some of us, we just talking. The same way we were talking in 2017, we are talking again. And that's why we encourage all of us here, we'll have more conversation. But before we leave, at least let everybody, even my man Sandy, I know I can say colonial master because from G, if from Grand G there, but a colonial master, but some kind of stuff. Let's speak our dialect to our people. Whether you support Kumis, you support Baka, let's tell our people. No time, oh. Sonic Adeba said, no time. The train is moving. It's about time that we tell our people how corrupt our government is, the extent to which they have undermined freedom of speech, the level of killing. And every day the full money you used to give your wife, commerce out there, you know what happening. Today you go on the market, everything changed. Instability on the market is affecting everything. I am fighting for ready the other day. That y'all were fighting for already, all of the jumping over trucks, doing all of that. You know what you're feeling. So when Georgia come to you and say, I not develop the country as the best president, let's ask him where? Ibero, where? Where?
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you very much. Emmanuel, it's over to you. So, Sandy said the CPP people in 2023, they in 2013 again. Anyway,
No.
thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to back up in 2010. But thank you for changing.
We did our correction already. Let's hear you, Emmanuel. Thanks for joining us.
So, let me say good morning to our people back home from my end. Good morning to my fellow panelists. What's on my mind this morning is the issue of drugs in our country. And every time I call back home or I see videos roaming around the internet and seeing our young folks being affected by the intake of drugs, it hurts me so much, because for some of us who grew up in the slum environments and saw the effect of marijuana on our fellow young colleagues that we grew up with, and where you're taking them, and seeing drugs intake going to another level in our country, is so pathetic. And trust me, this government has ignored the fight against the issue of drugs. In fact, they have even escalated the inflow of drugs in our country. And this is something that we all Liberians got to stand up for. It's not because that we are not affected directly right now, but to some extent, it has some trickle-down effect on every one of us. Our security, because when these guys take the drugs, we tend to be the victims of whatever substance they take in. We find people taking kush. Like before then, we used to go home at 1, 2 a.m. But these days, you can even stay out of your home after 10 p.m. because you are afraid to go home, because our friends, our own colleagues that we grew up with, because they have started taking these drugs, we cannot even interact with them. They see you, they send their friends on you because they don't want you to recognize them. And it's getting so dangerous. The fight against drugs is possible. People see it being impossible. It takes the political will, and it takes the political anger of any leader to make that happen. But we have seen that the president run a brothel like the Jamaica resort, where the intake of drugs is very high, and we keep seeing these things happening. That is totally unfair for our young people back home. We need to talk against the intake of drugs in that country. Imagine drugs worth over 100 million into that country, and there was no solution to that case. The government played for another case. So if this is happening, we keep losing both young people in the country to the intake of drugs. We need to talk against the issue of drugs in that country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. And then we move to Benson Missing. Mr. Missing, go ahead. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Nelson. Gentlemen, good evening, good morning, wherever you are. I hope you hear me clear.
Yes, sir. You're live.
I want to say thanks for this platform. I listened to you in the past and follow up. What's on my mind on a time like this about Liberia? What on my mind is the people. What on my mind is the question of what is going to be our decision as we go toward the election. How are we going to fight each other? How are we going to befriend each other? How are we going to collaborate? There's a lot of things on my mind, But today I want to dwell on our fight. Our fight during the campaign time. Are we going to be brutal? Are we going to be civil? Are we going to be democratic? Given the fact that the government has closed down 3 radio stations affecting 60 persons, not even thinking about how many persons those people help, how many persons depend on those salaries. It's a painful thing when you sit down at this time and look at fighting and you look at the campaign trail and Spoon is closed. It tells us a lot. But I hope the people at home making up their minds. I hope they're making up their mind to do the right thing or the best thing.
Okay.
What I hope for. And that's what
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot. So let's bring in the final person, Daniel Wah. Hope I got the name right. Mr. Wah, thanks for joining us. You are muted. We're not hearing you, sir. Can you unmute? We appreciate if you.
Hello,
Okay, now.
Nelson. How you doing?
Yes, sir. I'm okay. It's great to have you on.
I just want to say a big thank you to you. The matter of fact, you have been going above and beyond to set the stage for our people back home. I want to say a big thank you to you. And what's on my mind tonight is that we were earlier on the Spoon talk where we were discussing the shutting down of the entity. I think it's a bad precedent when it comes to our democracy. And definitely we call on our Honorable and commended him that whatever he did or continue to do to stay in the vanguard for freedom of press, freedom of the media, to assemble on Friday at 7:30 to 8 is a step in the right direction. It's unfortunate that I got a Daniel on this show today that is living oblivion. But honestly, I will say to you people that he has to say what he has to say. But obviously, he does not recognize the track record of his own party.
But okay, no, but Daniel is actually not here tonight. Daniel joined us for the first time yesterday, but he couldn't make it on the show due to, I think, unstable connection or so. Yeah, so Daniel is not on tonight. We're hopeful that he can actually make it to join us, but he's not here tonight.
Daniel
So
got
which political party do you represent? Since this is the first time, I just like to know.
Honestly, I'm on the rescue team. And
Okay.
again, yeah, I'm on the rescue team. By formal introduction, I'm Chairman Daniel George Wild Jr. from Columbus, Ohio. And I run the largest grassroots movement in Columbus, Ohio. But the main fact is that it's not about party right now. It's about rescuing our country. And anything that has to do with rescuing our country, I'm on that team. And I know that on our GMB, we're going to rescue Mama Liberia. And I know what George Weah has put the country through and continue to put the country through. And there's no way we can continue on that bandwagon. Weah must leave.
Thank you.
And he must leave
Thank you.
now.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a whole lot. So I think it's all rescue the train, and then Ture represents Councillor Gonglo. I know that Sandy represents the CPP, and so there we have it. Aside from Ture and Sandy, the rest of the people here are on the rescue train. So I'd like us to move into our first discussion here. A lot of you are aware, and this is no secret. In fact, so many of you made it. You already mentioned it as part of your opening statement, talking about the closure of the Spoon network. Um, the network was closed last Friday, made it exact 1 month since the network was closed. And a lot of you have been following the situation. Of course, the court process, there has been some serious delay despite the bond requested for being provided in a very timely manner. At some point, there will be what appears to be a green light about the station coming on. Before you know it, there is just this delay 1 week after another week and so forth. But the angle I want us to take this discussion from basically has to do with the constitutionality, the aspect that has to do with the rights of the people to be informed. Information dissemination is vital, is a cardinal component of democracy, which you all are aware of. So, with this situation at hand, I want us to take 3 minutes each. I'm going to afford all of you the time to weigh in your thought on the situation. You're going to take 3 minutes each to say what you think about this situation. And just before we move on to the next discussion. So we'll start with you, Moba.
Yeah. You know, when it comes to the Constitution, we all know it's not secret. The Constitution has been violated by this identical president. We all know him during his inauguration. He gave a speech. He swear on the Bible, and today I'm sitting thinking, a Bible that he swear on. Where's the Bible? What the Bible doing to struck him or to do something to him? What the Bible doing because he swear on it? He said, "Oh, I will stand by the Constitution. I will defend this nation." But now, let's go to the Constitution itself. Let's go to the Code of Conduct. When you read from 5.1 to all the way 5.2, on 5.1, we talk about engagement, the using of what? Of government resources for campaign, the using of cabinet ministers in public office with our resignation in 1 year. Oh yes, then we're talking about the Constitution. Can we go back all the way to the Code of Conduct again and still discuss all this stuff? We know when President Weah took office, he said he would stand and defend the Constitution. Look at freedom of speech. I've been there under President Weah. People who go against him, you are there. Oh yes, we know that. We know the auditors. We know the EPRS man who said he shot his head 3 times in the head. Jesus Christ. But we sit here every day, we say anything to our people, they don't listen. Our Constitution has been violated from the beginning of George Weah turning. From the time he took office, our Constitution has been violated, and we just sit and watch, and we still praising him. We clap our hands, and we say we got a nation. Today, we can see a lot of radio stations closing if you go against him. And we know the one that he already bought. He bought in to speak his message, to talk for him, to speak his message. But it's not resonating in the people here. Bapo, bombing, Kidman. The people stood up and they said no to George Weah because they understand the suffering they're going through. We don't get to sugarcoat it. That will go directly to the issues. And all these are facts. George Weah has failed massively, and we all know. He had demonstrated nothing but zero. Oh yes, Kush killing our brothers. That lead a Kush. Let's go to the gangster. The amount of rebel they get in the country, if you talk against them, they send people to you overnight to take your life. So where is the protection? Where is the law? Where is the freedom of speech? The freedom of movement? 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, everybody running, going home. Because what? The country is not safe. But today, we all sit here and say, and we see people praising him in Liberia. Freedom Evan preaching the negative message but they can't be closed. But Spoon, they're speaking for the people, helping people. But then they say, you know what? Let's close them. Why? Because it's speaking against us. Because it's speaking the truth. Let's close them. Why? Because they are anti. They're coming after us. Oh yes, because it's speaking the truth. This government has failed. This government has violated all the rules and regulations of our country. This government has no respect for the rule of law. They have stepped on the code of conduct. All the ministers now on campaign, they're using government vehicles. Then you say, law, what's the law here? ECOWAS gave you mandate to do. Did you? No, you never did it. And where you at right now, what you doing? You sat and just relax your hand, and now when they say clue, you're running to ECOWAS. I'm not disappointed in ECOWAS. I will say it today, I will say it tomorrow.
Thank you.
I rest my case.
Thank you, Moba. Just before we go to Cindy, I want us to read Article 15 of the Liberian Constitution, and it says, Article 15A says, every person shall have the right to freedom of expression, being fully responsible for the abuse thereof. This shall not be curtailed, it shall not be restricted or enjoyed by government, save during an emergency declared in accordance with the Constitution. So it says the right encompasses the right to hold opinions without interference and the right to knowledge, and it includes the freedom of speech and of the press, academic freedom to receive and impart knowledge and information, and the right of and all of that. Now, with this aspect that has to do with freedom of speech, I know there are different aspects that there are different lenses that everyone would use to address this particular issue. But now let's look at the aspect that has to do with freedom of speech. Can this, Cindy? Now we over to you, Cindy, and there's a question that goes across. Can this in any way be classified as a violation of the freedom of the press, and maybe considering what was just read from the very constitution of our country, Article 15? Can we, for any reason, say that what we're seeing now with the network in any way falls in line with that which was just read from Article 15 of the Constitution?
Well, Nelson, thank you. Yes, I can start off by saying, obviously, from all indications, based on how this lawsuit against Spoon has been carried on by the government, we can tell that their intention is to suppress the free speech. Their intent is to suppress Spoon Network and the journalists and reporters that are working for Spoon. And that's what we can see here. And I say that because, look, it has been a little over a month since the radio station and the entire network has been shut down. And the next step, from what I know, is to acquire a bond. And the government has intentionally, from all indication, delayed that process. And we can tell that their intention is really to delay the process until after election, right? So they have a goal. Their goal is that the press, especially Spoon, which is a radio and television station that is viewed, watched, and monitored across the entire country, their intention is that we're going to suppress this network so that the people, especially those in the interior that do not have access to the internet, will not hear what is being said on Spoon, so that the people will not hear and capture the actual message, the suffering in this country. Because what Spoon has been doing, Spoon has been able to balance the discussion. There was one point Spoon was deemed for CDC. We were all mad. I was at one point accusing Stanton of protecting his business You know, when he came from Liberia, I felt like at one point he was supporting the WIA government, and the media was, I mean, Spoon was geared towards CDC. So we were like, well, Stanton was supporting CDC. And that was, I mean, almost a lot of people's opinion. At one point, we believed that Stanton was supporting, or the Spoon Network was supporting the CPP, right? And at one point, others start to believe that the Spoon Network is geared towards UP. What I'm saying is, Spoon in general has been a platform for everyone. But lately, when the Liberian people have started appearing on Spoon and talking about the ills in the country, the missing boys, the death, the unexplained death, the corruption, the abuse of power, and the people are starting to capture the message, and the people started to gravitate towards the opposition. Well, Mr. President, we are in his official knew that the Spoon Network was so powerful to the extent that the people were getting the message in every corner of our country. So their intent in this whole thing is to silence not just the Spoon Network, but to silence the Liberian people. That's their intent. Because when you are not hearing the message, and then you believe whatever the government is telling you. But when you are hearing the message from ordinary Liberians that are calling on the radio, Liberians like us that are appearing on these talk show, then you can understand that your country is in a mess and that you need someone to get us out of the mess. And that's what this current government do not want the Liberian people to hear. So yes, it is truly an abuse of power and the suppression of the people free speech. But Liberian people, the good news is a better day is ahead of you. Whether they close Spoon down until after the election, you will still get the message. A good day is ahead of you. Mr. Comey is coming to face the issues that this government has brought upon you. So be patient, be calm. We will rescue our country. We'll fix it together.
Thank you very much, Sandy. Let's move to you, sir. Prince. I hope I got the last name right. It said Beye?
Beye. He was from Nimba County, Bapa, to be precise.
Oh, Beye. Okay.
Where you saw Honorable Kuhn in yesterday. That's my hometown. And that's my the hometown that I control. I'm the chief of that town. Yes, sir.
That's great. That's
Bapa,
great.
yeah.
Okay.
You know
Let's hear you, sir.
You just read the code of conduct just now, the whole code of conduct. The code of conduct.
The Constitution, Article 15.
Right. Article 15. If you read A to D, way down to C there, I don't have it right before me, but it will tell you the right of the people must prevail.
In fact, let me just read that quickly to see, right?
Yes.
It says, in pursuance of this right, there shall be no limitation on the public right to be informed about the government and its functionaries. That's Article 15C.
See, that right there, the public right of the citizens, all the people are giving information to the common man who listen to know the ills in the society, to know the ills from the government. Now, you see, I will always say this. Government always do not let, when it's against you, then you feel so bad, you talk about it, oh, this injustice, this, but now if it's against you, then now you go contrary. So the same thing that you are saying, oh, any day studying dead. Now, just where you got there, you the worst. You are the worst. Spoon, because just what my brother just said, it came a time, people said Spoon was all about CDC. Every call I called, Spoon had them on the show 24/7. I was shocked today when I even listened to Samuel 12 saying that Liberia is giving current to Ivory Coast. Since today, I've been baffled by that thing when I saw it on the social media. I'm like, and
Ridiculous.
still, our people, the young generation, are sitting there looking at this thing. Liberia get the citizens current, but they'll get Côte d'Ivoire, La Côte d'Ivoire, that I lived in for 10 good years, a decade. Correct? Are you kidding me? So it's just to tell people that the international community, we will not stop, we'll keep talking. I will try my weak way to see how I can speak with Chris Smith. I live in New Jersey. That's my representative. Because this has gone beyond. You cannot seize the people right. That's what Joshua did to the people of Liberia. The common man. Because right now, those who have the money, they're sitting on it, waiting to what? To flee anytime. But with JMB, believe in me, it's a one turn, and Joshua will be brought to justice for whatsoever he's doing to the people of Liberia. Every day I see it. Every day I see that. Terrell Gongo, if he's in power today, he will do the same thing. Honorable Kumis, he will do the same thing. Because any government that gets in power after this October 10th election, and we see that you stand not for what the people want, trust me, you will go. Be it JMB, be it Cummings, be it Honorable Gonglo, and the rest, Dr. Motoba, you got to leave Liberia, for real. But we're asking our international partners to see what is going, what is unfolding to Liberia. It's too pathetic for us. Our people are suffering. Thank you, Nelson.
Thank you very much. Ture, it's over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Nelson. Man, we are, I don't even know, man. It's like if we thought it couldn't get any worse, then you come to this.
Oh, did we skip Raymond?
Well, yeah, he was in and he went out.
Okay, so yeah, share,
go up.
you can go ahead. Yeah,
so
just go ahead.
When you
I think you should be up here. I think you should be up here.
Put Ture up. Okay,
this is where you should be, Ture.
When you subject people to suffering, and you are not doing anything to enhance their survivability, then adding assault to injury by depriving them of a fundamental right that they have, which is information, and you take that away from them again. Amen. Nelson, you just read that part of the Constitution. Not only do people have the right.
Can we all just mute? Can we all mute? Thank you.
Not only do folks have the right to freedom of expression, but they also have the right to be informed. They also have the right to be informed. And what the president is doing right now is denying them that fundamental right. And that's why I've come on here. My mission to come on here to tell the Liberian people, if we should go forward as a nation and be member of committee of nations that continue to strive, it have to start with respecting our rules, laws, and regulations. We continuously violate those tenets that were meant by our forefather to guide us, to lay basic foundation that can be our guiding tools in our decision making. But we violate all of those things. Then we are surprised why Liberia is now progressing since 1847. My people, it's not a rocket science. It's not a rocket science. We all seen Donald Trump today, former president Donald Trump, from one lawsuit to another one, from another one to another one. Because if the Constitution is not respected, if precedents are not set, we're going to have people continuously coming and doing the same old thing. Who would have thought, with all of the people that we expected to violate Constitution and be the kind of leader, Joe Weah wouldn't have come in our numbers. Joe Weah, none of us would have. I thought Joe Weah was going to be bad as a leader as far as X and O's, but I didn't know that Joe Weah was going to be a tyrant. I did not know. And if I say I knew, then I'll be lying to you. I had no expectation as far as leadership goes because, I mean, I saw it. I knew it was going to be bad. But the last thing that I expected was where the president is proceeding now. Freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom to information is a fundamental right of all human beings. And in election time or consequential election that we all know this 2023 election is, this is between life and death. We cannot afford giving President George Manneh we another 6 years. Giving another 6 years to President George Manneh we are is equivalent to just drowning yourself. And that's why we are saying that the man who can actually lead us to that land of prosperity is Tian Gonglo. You don't have to worry. The Papa don't have any ambition to enrich himself. That's not his life. The man enjoy eating dry rice. And don't worry about him taking private jet. That's not part of ammo.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Is the man, and when you voting October 10th, vote number 6.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Raymond, it's over to you, sir.
Can I go after Sharif, please?
Okay, yeah. Sharif, you can go, sir.
Myself. All right, excellent. Well, in response to one thing we have to know, like Brother Ture mentioned, for many of us, we knew this man from the get-go that he was an inept guy, leadership-wise. He has nothing, or he had nothing in his tank to make us understand that he will perform as a leader. But what some of us did not foresee was him being a tyrannic leader. But these are some of the traits of a dictator. And if the person decide to be authoritative, dictators tend to wield absolute power and control of government and society, suppressing dissent and oppositions. And we have seen exactly what this man exhibit. This man tried to always centralize authority. That there should be no second person in command. It's only him, but himself. He has this sort of like cult personality. He cultivates an image of himself to be a charismatic person, and that he's a hero, he's a savior. And so if any media personality comes in between and try to portray the real image of him, and he try to censor, all he has to do is to censor that person or censor that media station. This man believes in repression, and he always, if you don't praise, worship him, you are his enemy. That's what this guy believes in. And we're looking at his record of human rights violations. We're seeing the 3 missing boys, the auditors that got killed, the EPS officer, and the list goes on and on and on. And he has this propagandist, manipulative messaging. So if you're a journalist or a media station and you don't abide by that, you become a fool. This man has also take upon himself to step on the economy of our country. He controls it, or a few in his circle. The general public who voted this man and put him in power, the masses are suffering. They have no benefit of their own sweat or their own resources.
That is a concern.
This guy has eroded our democracy institutions, and to the extent that some people fear for their life. We have more people now in exile than we ever had before. These sort of tactics will never work. And Liberian people are resolved to remove this man. And if you think because you do benefit, you get $2 or $3 from this man, or because you get a T-shirt, a printed blue T-shirt, this man given you, and you think that this man deserves to be elected for 6 more years, if we give this man 6 more years, we have no country called Liberia. And we are in a critical moment of our lives. And we all have to wake up.
Okay.
And fight for our
Thank
country.
You.
And let's vote Joseph Nyuma Boakai. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Raymond, it's over to you.
Well, this is a well-planned strategy from George Weah and the people that surrounds him. This is intended so that we do not have a free, fair, and transparent election. For elections to be free, fair, and transparent, everyone in these elections should have equal opportunities. But when you shut down stations that are open to the people to inform them on happenings, training issues, where feedbacks can be gathered from the people, where people in the rural areas can air their voices, the voice of the voiceless can be heard, is an intention to crack down on the dissemination of information, the freedom of information, which is a democratic right enshrined in our Constitution. So President Weah just demonstrates his ineptitude. When people lack the mental capacity to analyze and carry out plan right, they will go to trivial means. And this is exactly what he has demonstrated and continue to demonstrate. He has broken all our laws, including the code of conduct. President Weah will not stop at anything, only to hold on to power by any means necessary. We've seen the murder of auditors, people who want to speak out about the ills of corruption, who got fights. Once they realize that you got fights, it could come to hurt them, they eliminate you. We're seeing a lot of different things. Let's just talk about Spoon for a little bit. I remember during the Corona time, when Stentor and his team went to Liberia, what did they do? They visited the CDC, and Stentor made some rice available for the CDC to distribute to her people. He did the same thing with CPP. This is a man who intends to give back to his Liberian people after being successful. But the CDC realizing that they're not pro-regime, they're not running with their ill message, trying to defend the indefensible. What would they do? Crack down on the freedom of information and expression. And we saw this coming. There were many posts from the youth wing of CDC indicating that Spoon Network was going to be shut down. And we've seen it under the disguise of a lawsuit. But then a bone cannot be the subject with a lot of stuff. But justice is under attack in our country. All to the credit of the criminal in chief. I'm sorry. I meant, how do they call it? What kind of chief? Something in chief. I'm sorry for my French.
Commander in chief. Yeah,
All right. I
commander in
said
chief.
criminal.
So let's
I
try
said,
to address the presidency with some level
no,
of
no.
respect.
It was a slip of tongue. I meant to say commander in chief when I said criminal in chief. I'm sorry about that, but that was a slip of tongue. I didn't mean to say criminal in chief. I rather meant commander in chief when I said criminal in chief. However, what the president is doing is a breach of our rights in the Constitution. This should not be acceptable. In fact, Spoon Network should not be the ones fighting for this. It should be the rights of every Liberian that has been breached to get up for the freedom of information, the right to be heard. Even the Press Union of Liberia should champion this cause. So I want to use this opportunity to call on all well-meaning Liberians to see this fight. It started with Roots FM, it started with Punch FM, now it's Spoon FM. And it's not going to stop there. If good people sit and keep quiet, when evil men speak, your silence is in short a support of the evil speech that was made. It's time for us to stand up to this tyrant. It's time for us to stand up for the rights given us enshrined in our Constitution, by the rights, by our laws. Say everything you want to say about Ellen, even though she had her own missteps, especially with the issue of the crack on the press, free press. But she was far more better than what we see today. And these elections are very critical to us. And we should have free, fair, and transparent elections. We should ensure that the freedom of information is upheld. We should ensure that every radio station that can reach to our people are open. We should ensure that no journalist can be ran after and the police staying there, especially when Sierra Leonean military are around and ran after Spoon people and nothing was said. They can be protected. It's not about the interests of George Weah. George Weah, you're not a king. You are a president. And a president is a servant of the people. It's the will of the people that matters. You are only there to ensure that the people's rights are upheld. The people gave you a job to do and they pay you for it. And you do the job according to the laws. You're not above the law. You're subject to the law as every other person in Liberia. And the people are the law because it's the will of the people that determine the law. It's not your will, Mr. President. You're just one individual. Like every other individual, your rights is as equal as everyone. Your rights isn't above and other people's rights are beneath. No. I hope you can understand this simple language that I'm speaking. Because I'm trying to speak to everybody as, please, we need freedom of speech. Your suppression of the people is enough. And so, my people, let this be enough. This one reason be enough that George Weah should not be re-elected. Re-electing George Weah is suicide, my people. Let me re-emphasize this. Re-electing George Weah is suicide. All those who getting crumbs that drop off the table and you think your life is okay, I want to tell you your life is far better than with the crumbs you get. Please vote against George Weah. Please, my people, for a better Liberia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'll go to you, Benson Mason. Let's hear from you, sir. Anytime I see Sherry laughing, I hope they got not doing something in the private chat there. Because Sherry is always taking up a fight in the private chat.
I was on my brother Raymond. He needs to check that chat. I got message for him there.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Benson. Let's hear you.
Gentlemen, as we look at Spoon FM closure and we relate it to our election process, we can all see how much the reduction in information dissemination is going to be if it's not open before the day of election. And the president, when people speak about it, every time I hear my fellow citizens saying that the president is acting too powerful, this is our culture as African. We are afraid of our leaders. All of you right here, be frank with us. When you go back to the village, the chief rules the village. He doesn't lead the village, he rules the village. He decides what and when things happen. So this is in our system. We are afraid of our leader. We don't like to, the people, look, we who have come into the Western world and have seen what it is, we are able to challenge our leader. But this started in the 70s when those went back and they challenged Tolbert. It was a fight. Willie Tolbert violated the Constitution as well. Every president has violated the Constitution and gone with impunity. And the only thing you hear us saying, well, we'll move here and put somebody else there. Then we'll keep it with the election. There is something that we're not using in our democracy. It's our power as the people. We don't use our power as the people. We blame our leaders for misstep. We blame our leaders for misleading us, misappropriating our funds. What do we do as the people? When have we ever stood up? When have the people of Maryland stood up and said, look, we don't want this representative or this senator? When have the people of Monterrey stood up and said that? We sit back and watch them get rich on us, engulf our wealth, become wealthy, and those who were once upon a time poor people become millionaires, build houses with fences higher than the houses. Right now, what is running my mind is, are we going to make the right decision, or we just want to replace George Weah? That's the only thing we want to do, replace George Weah. It doesn't matter who we put there. Right now, if all the leaders that we have, the presidential candidates, were to just say, look, I care about this thing, I don't want to be president, we'll find somebody who's sweeping the sidewalk and put in there. Whether that person is good or bad, whatever happens, we make the wrong decision. The decision coming on October 10, will we make the right decision? Are we looking at the people we are appointing to succeed George Weah and examining our intent of why we want this person? Or we just pushing them because we like them, they're our countrymen, or they're popular? When George Weah was going for presidency, we will vote for you. When Charles Taylor was running to be president, what we say, you came a man, you came apart, we'll vote for you. How many of those people, among those people, how many of them did the right thing for us as the people? How many? Let us start using our emotion and start to use our mind to think through things. Sit down, critically analyze it, and look your friend in the eye and say, look, you're not presidential material, I can't vote for you. You're not representative material, I can't vote for you. If we don't do it, our country will go right back to where it always been. Because the people will go there and they will become what we don't expect them to become.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Let's move to you, Daniel. Let's hear from you, Chief.
Excuse me, Colette. Let me say
Yes,
something.
sir.
I am not on a train.
Oh, okay. So where are you, sir? Where are you?
I'm independent thinker. I flow with the opposition to the ruling party. All of them. I flow with all of them, but I'm really independent.
I mean, say it, small. You didn't have a party that make me corner. That do you say that?
I would just let me know that for CPP support.
That means
left everybody in Huawei.
My brother Raymond, we have a job to do. We need to convene this man.
Listen, he is an intelligent CPP supporter. That I know.
He's not. He's going to join us soon.
Don't force Benson into CPP. Let's hear you, Daniel. Let's hear you, Chief. Can you unmute? We are not hearing you, sir.
You mute. No, you still can hear you.
Look at the mic icon. Oh my God.
I got a problem with the technology.
That Emmanuel can't on to the main camera. When you come with me
Yeah, so
live.
we can have Emmanuel go ahead, sir.
So, Nelson, thank you for this discussion. The issue of freedom of expression is a national right that every Liberian should have. And for some reason, I'm not surprised by the president's flagrant disrespect for freedom of speech. This president has broken or ignored several laws in the country. So, what was more of freedom of speech? George Weah ran the Kings FM and Cloud TV all through the regime of Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. All the elections that George Weah ran, Kings FM was clearly saying, preaching hate messages, saying several lies that supports and promotes George Weah. Ellen never one day turned off Kings FM. Neither did she close it down using legal means. Or to see George Weah shutting down critical voices because they talk against his government, and most of the things being said are factual information being purported to the public. For me, I'm not surprised. For Wilmot Smith, who went on Spoon TV, he was given the opportunity to clear his name after the indictment came from LACC. The issues were discussed. Then Wilmot Smith will go to court and rely on defamation of character, and that reliance be used to shut down Spoon. That's just disrespect to our law. And seeing George Weah breaking the laws in that country comes as no surprise to me. To be honest, I just like the way Stanton is going about it. Put them on the guilty side. Despite their struggles, there are many attempts to shut down the Liberian people. Imagine we are online. See how many people following at this hour in Liberia. It tells you that people are craving for information and they are being deprived by that government we have back home. And it's about time that we make a change. We have, the brother Benson said this: presidents with time immemorial has always attempt to break laws, but we haven't been able to set precedents like the American people are doing with Donald Trump. If we just nail one president for breaking our laws, like Joseph Barker will nail George Weah, it will serve as precedent to who be presidents that will come in the future. Because if we keep on saying, okay, let allow his 6 years finish, we're dealing at the ballot box. Any president that come and say, but I got 6 years to run and to disrespect the laws, then I will just do whatever I can do and wait for ballot box, whether they vote me or not. So it's about time that we stand up as Liberians, encourage people to go to the pool and vote against this government. This government has inflicted too much suffering on our people. The CDC is now riding on the vulnerability of the people. They know that the people are vulnerable. Whatever information they get, they shut down Spoon, they shut down Root. These are stations that were informing the people on the happiness of the government. And Spoon tried to be balanced at a certain extent, yet and still the government step on Spoon. How can we keep living like this and expect change? We must stand up. October 10, get rid of this nightmare called George Weah. Go to the pool, vote against him, vote Ambassador Jose Human Boaka, the guy who has shown a great deal of integrity within his service to the public, and we anticipate more integrity decisions to be shown by him. I can assure you that. Thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel. So let's take Daniel finally.
Yeah, hi Nelson, and hi to the rest of the panelists.
Yeah, go ahead. Just
You know, we just want to be authentic here and just put the final nail in the coffin. I heard my brother Mason going all over, kind of gallivanting around the place. We have to be square on this issue. His Excellency George Manawia has. Are you not getting me?
Yes, sir. You're alive. Go ahead.
Good. George Weah has desecrated every fabric of our society. When it comes to the judicial system, the executive, the legislature, George Weah have desecrated everything. I will only put those in the sector of the particular parameter because I will take the so-called issue lastly. We saw what George Weah did when it came to the issue of cabinet journey at the level of the judicial system. We saw and we continue to see what he's doing at the level of the legislature. The mere fact that Speaker Tyler will leave his home in the morning and drive to George Weah House and the joint convoy to go to Central Town, there is no legislature, period. The mere fact is that Spoon today, you know where we are. We all live in the greatest country in the world. We know what it is when it comes to our First Amendment right. And if this government, the George Weah government, will try upon our First Amendment right or the Liberian people First Amendment right, that's a complete disrespect to our people. That's the reason why when I call on Spoon today, I commended on Oyeke Koluba and I call on people under my voice to make sure they assemble at the Temple of Justice to make sure that First Amendment rights are protected under our Constitution. We say we are modeled after the USA Constitution. We know the only thing that separates our pledge is honor God. Other than honor God, everything under the US pledge, that's copyright when it comes to Liberia. Look at our flag. If you look at Fox News, they had issue with Dominion voter company here. Fox News was never shut down. They went through the litigation process in Delaware, and Fox News decided to pay. Fox News still running. What Wayman Smith did in Liberia, Wayman Smith had absolutely no moral rectitude. When it comes to shutting Spoon down, he was dismissed. And the only thing Spoon Network was saying, they were only announcing what happened to Wayman Smith. So for the government to use this against Spoon Network is a complete disservice to not only Spoon Network, but the Liberian people. But I enjoy what CEO said, that they will not go evil for evil. They will cover them. Because if you don't cover them, you will now see how they're going down that slope.
Now, the next aspect of the discussion is, what do you all make of this whole suggestion for a media blackout on the ruling establishment? Where do you guys stand on this?
Let me start with that. Let me start with that.
Okay,
since I was already on the floor.
Just 1 minute. Yeah, just
1 minute. I will completely suggest to the Spoon Network they shouldn't go on a blackout.
Okay.
Let's expose their flaw.
Okay.
Definitely.
Raymond. Yeah, Raymond.
No, I didn't intend to speak to it. I intended to tell you that you got a panelist that haven't spoken.
Oh, you haven't spoken?
A panelist that haven't spoken. The one with the dark background.
No. Mr. Bay Prince was.
That man went back to work.
No. Guys, I'm driving going home. So I'm listening to the show.
He spoke already.
He did already.
Yeah, I just want mute.
Yeah,
I just put my phone, my microphone on mute. Okay, I'm driving going home. But I'm not getting my house. You're gonna share my name. No, thank you, brother, for organizing that.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. Now let's go to Benson. Benson, what's your take on it? This whole idea, this suggestion about the media blackout. Where do you stand on that as a free thinker?
Nothing. it benefits Spoon nothing. And the reason I say that is because right now we are covering them. They are being covered. So we get information. If we say we're not going to cover them and we leave them, it's like they don't care whether you cover them or you leave them. Since they're not on our radio station, even when we cover them now, they're not on the radio station. So we can carry all the good news. It's not on the radio station, it's only on the internet. If we can carry all the bad news, it's not on the radio station, it's still on the internet. So blocking them all does not benefit us. What benefits us is to go with them, get the good and the bad, and compare it and give it to the people. People will copy it, people will get it from the internet, and they will spread it around. But cutting them off does not benefit us. The radio station will still be closed.
Thank you. Emmanuel, what do you stand on that? A media blackout. What's your position on that?
Like CEO said, you don't pay evil for evil. Blacking out the CDC would be like depriving our Liberian people of the requisite information that they deserve. So we want to follow the disgrace, the shame that the CDC will go through when they reach to the various communities around the country. When people are booing at them, the Liberian people should understand what is going on. So I think we should keep following them and keep carrying on their activities.
Okay. Thank you. Sharif, what's your take on that? Sharif, you are muted. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't believe media blackout is necessary because one of the sole aim of Stanton Witherspoon establishing this station was to give the information to the Liberian people, and as he always mentioned, it was a station built for the people and is for the people. So do not let an action from one incompetent government deviate you from that path. So we have to remain where we are, continue educating our people, continue spreading the message, however means possible. One thing we know that for this day and age we live now is that you cannot censor media completely. You can only go as far as, because right now we have internet available. He cannot block the internet. As long as the internet is available, people will continue to get the information. So I don't think it's necessary for us to go media blackout. We continue to disseminate our message to the people, however medium or forms possible.
Wow, thank you. Raymond, where do you stand on the idea of a media blackout?
I support a media blackout. I believe every action deserves an equal and opposite reaction. CDC intended this so that the opposition do not have enough coverage and be able to reach the people. So if you give them the dose of their medicine, they understand what it means. CDC reached out to almost all of the viral media houses with monies in order to influence them to speak their pro-propaganda. Even Stanton spoke to the issues. Half $50K was given to him, and even Ben Senvi, when he received it, he asked Ben Senvi to return it. So CDC wants this. They want the coverage. They are willing to even pay for it. They're even willing to give $50K for it. So if you take it from them, it hurts them. And you see, George, is not as sophisticated to understand a lot of the other concepts that you guys are proposing. So there are simple things he can understand when you give him how he thinks. You know, you can deal with people in their own scope. Because if you try to be too intelligent to some people, they don't even understand the message. So if your message can be conveyed and the recipient understand, comprehend it, you haven't spoken. So what Spoon is doing, CDC enjoys it. And sometimes the Liberian people too, there are some people that you are reaching for CDC and you don't know. There are some disenchanted seditions. When they see the momentum that George we are building over other places, they already have some alignment with him. It influenced them in that way. So you're doing him some favor that he's not paying for. So I support a blackout. Let George Weah and his crony understand that the Liberian people are fed up with them. And if they take certain actions, the Liberian people are willing to go to a certain depth with them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ture, what's your take on this idea of a media blackout?
So I'm not in support of a media blackout, because what happened is when Spoon decides to do that, you are definitely playing into the hands of CDC, right? Because now you too, you'll be depriving people of information. Okay, so now you can't. And I know very well, I know where Raymond is coming from. I would have had the same position, but like if we talk about free speech, and Spoon is is the biggest platform in the country. People are subscribed to Spoon for information, and if Spoon decide to just and look, there's the thing. If we black out again, this is what's gonna happen. We're not gonna have anything to talk about. Let the president let cover the president. Then he go down there trying to tell people what he's been doing for the past 6 years. Which of course we know what he's been doing for the past 6 years is to actually introduce, to use my man Sandy Ward, he introduced suffering on our people. And also I'm actually flabbergasted that up to today's day, including my own political leader, Tiawan Gonglo, nobody's talking about this. Like opposition, like they should be talking about this. They should be talking about this. They really should be talking about this. You can't leave this on the Liberian people. This is affecting not just the Liberian, but it's also affecting every political party. Whether you are CPP or my political party. You know what I mean? Like the party that I feel gonna win. But we all need to really come. We all need to come to this fight. And I also support Yaka Kolba, man. Yaka Kolba, you have to support that man. Whatever all that this government has subjected this man to, and this guy continue to stand his ground and do the fighting of the Liberian people, nothing but respect for that man, and I commend him for everything he does. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ture, the lone Liberian People's Party man of Councillor Tiawan Gonglo on the show. Now, I have a surprise for Cindy. Dr. Francine Richardson has decided to join the show tonight. She says Cindy is always alone, so she wants to come in and help Cindy out. Dr. Richardson, welcome to the show.
Welcome, Dr. Richardson.
Thank you.
Now these UP people will behave. Thank you.
I know, right? This is what I feel when I'm on the show.
Can I say this? Can I say this? Yes. Dr. Richardson is actually a professor at my alma mater, Immaculata University.
Yes. I've been watching. I thought I recognized you, and I said,
yes.
Okay, that's good. Good to see you. So, Jalahu is always here by himself as a CPP person. Yeah. And when I'm on the show, I'm always there by myself as a CPP person. So I told Nelson, let me come and give him some support tonight. I'm just here for just a little bit because I'm still working, as you can see.
Thank you very much.
And I hope your support is going to help the ANC and the CPP surpass the 7% mark.
Don't start excited for the ANC, okay? Don't start excited for us.
There you have it. There you go.
Well, Dr. Francine, even though I don't support the party, you are one of the persons that I do admire, and I look up to keenly, and you inspire so many of us, not only just the females, but even the young men and women of our country. We might not be on the same political train. However, you are one of the brilliant minds of our country. And I hope the next regime, I hope you put your political differences aside, you come to our country and contribute, because Liberia need people like you. We're not serving a particular person, but rather we are serving our country and our people. So that's just my urge to you. And I've always looked for this opportunity And I'm glad that you are on here tonight. And just wanted to tell you that we do admire you, especially for me. I'm not as ANC supporter, but you're one of the person that I look up to so dearly.
Thank you so much, Shaq. I appreciate it. It's great that you're saying that because I have my 22-year-old next to me listening to you. So at least she can hear from your perspective how people think about her mother.
Yeah.
You know how it is to have a 22-year-old girl.
Yes, yes,
And
absolutely.
I would like to buttress check on that. Dr. Richardson has brought so much value to this particular platform, and Dr. Richardson will say keep all the good work.
Thank you.
And you are the lone female on this platform when it
Not
comes to
easy.
hosting. I know we get Miape and other people over here, but I know you're doing good job and keep all the good work.
Thank you.
Don't give up. Let's
Yes.
keep the fight.
Thank you. It's not easy. You know, those guys that I work with, they're very, very tough.
And she
You know,
on every day. Yeah, on every day. That's good, man. Yeah.
And let me use this opportunity to retract my previous statement about the 7%. Use this
We are
opportunity to.
we are used to it. We are used to it.
Remember, I heard 7% all day, all
Every
week.
day, every day, every
Against the
day.
nightmare.
But Dr. Richardson,
Imagine,
let me speak to the important issue. Being a champion for women
no, Raymond,
empowerment.
I'm coming.
Remember, don't
One
tweet
minute,
that,
sir.
man.
One
Breaking
minute,
my
sir.
word, don't worry about
Raymond.
llama, man.
Am I sensing here that
man,
the
freezing.
presence of Dr. Richardson
Internet
is
power.
bringing some of
Yeah,
the,
that was Cindy.
the unity
Cindy on
partisans
our
over to ANC?
Nah,
topic.
Yeah, maybe Raymond will join us.
we are
So
commending her for
what
hard
is
work.
happening here? We are Liberians and we believe in the good of our country. And we believe that everybody has something good to contribute, especially those who are in the vanguard, contributing their quota to the development and upliftment of our country. And Dr. Richardson is one of those champions. So when we have the opportunity to speak to her, we have to flag this up and commend her for her hard work, honest work.
Thank
And
you.
she doesn't just lift up her name and her family name, she lifts up the name of the Liberian women. And the Liberian women need a lot of your kind to influence them positively. There's a lot of negativity in our country, and we need to change the narrative. And the likes of you can do that. So we just want to say thank you, continue, and please do more.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
And
I
slow
mean,
down,
Nelson
Papa,
said,
come on, please.
Let me
Slow down,
let me
Papa, come
join.
on.
Nelson,
Let me
send Dr.
let me
Richardson here
add.
now. Let me just try to give her flowers. Let me tell you this. That
Oh
you know,
my
you and I,
God.
I've been knowing you now for a little bit.
Yes.
I just want to say what you stand for women, not only in Liberia, but across the world. It's absolutely inspiring. And I just want you to know that you share a space with all men, and I know that's not an easy thing to do, but you have been there, you have withstood the test of time, and you still continue to go. And I just want to say we appreciate you, and we love you.
Thank you, sir. You know what? After you're on my side, remember the meetings I met you at? So you just jumped to LPP. What?
The Mela Gongo man.
Yeah, that we'll talk about that.
Yeah, and myself used to go to ASC meeting before.
And that's exactly my point. The ANC train keeps dropping people off the roadside.
No. That man is he's a secret agent.
We'll talk politics tonight.
So we got something very, very interesting coming up. We have a video we're about to play. But just before going to that, we're just having a discussion about whether or not there should be a media blackout as being suggested, based on the unfoldings, talking about the closure of the Spoon Network. This is a suggestion that's been on the floor as well. So I thought to have those on the panel tonight just weigh in their thoughts on it. And I think we left with just two persons, and then you, Dr. Richardson. I don't know whether you will want to weigh in your thoughts on that, but we'll want to end up this final aspect of the discussion on it, and we move to the next one. So Cindy, go ahead. Now you have Dr. Richardson here. I
Yes.
think you're much more relaxed.
I'm much more relaxed.
Yes, I'm rooting for you, Sandy.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you. Thank you very much. But
In fact, Nelson, put my picture close to him. Let's show the power
exactly. That's put me by my sister, please. Behave. You know,
Yes.
before I get into that topic, I want to also add to the to what my friends have said here. You know, Dr. Richardson, I've been washing spoon for several years, for a long time, and I have followed you. I have followed your passion for Liberia. I have followed your resilience. I mean, those guys on there. Sometimes I want to cry for you. You know, sometimes I feel like they want to kill you. You and I share a similar background. You are in psychologist. I'm also completing a doctorate degree in behavioral health.
Oh, wow.
So you inspire me a lot too. I just want to say, you inspire
Congratulations.
me a lot.
You defended already?
I'm almost there. I'm
Okay.
just a course away from defending my my dissertation. So I'm right there.
Congratulations.
Yes, but yeah, you really do inspire me. So thank you for all your hard work for Liberia. And like the guy said, I mean, we are all inspired by your hard work and your dedication.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much. Now, on the issue of media blackout, look, in recent times, Spoon Network has been able to show some of the weaknesses of this administration. And I don't think we should get away from it. When we went to District 10 working in, excuse my language, in that poo-poo water, as we were saying in our library English, it was Spoon that flagged that. Not only did we show but we also show the ills in the country. We show how District number 10 is undeserved and the people there are suffering. When was recently we saw a picture of sleeping. Even though he's a young man, as is claimed by his people, and he's energized, and Ambassador Bwaka is the one that should be sleeping, that informed the Liberian people that this guy is not who we think he is. Something should be wrong somewhere. So what I'm saying here is this: Spoon should not do a blackout. Let's continue to show his weaknesses, his miscommunication to the people, his missed messages, his lies must be reflected, must be shown to the Liberian people, and let us know everything that he's doing. By blacking and his people out is denying the Liberian people from seeing the reality, from seeing exactly what is doing to the people. So I would not support that. I think we should Spoon should continue following him everywhere and anywhere he goes. Let us be there to show who is. And by showing that, we are telling the Liberian people that he's not right for them. He shouldn't get a second term. And that also will show the Liberian people who is right for them. And at this point, Raymond, that 7% has changed a long time ago. Mr. Comey is the guy that we need for Liberia. He comes with that innovation. He comes with the new ideas. He comes with the skill set that we need to change the economy, to grow the Liberian people economy, bring jobs, negotiate good deals for the Liberian people and not just for a few people. So let's follow and let us vote Mr. Cummings, our next president.
Thank you, Sandy. Well done.
Wow. Sandy, I don't know where you got your energy from tonight.
I see my sister now. I'm all let me confess, I was actually working on a school paper. I'm going to put it aside now. Now I'm focused.
Yes, good.
No problem. If you say so, Sandy. If you say so.
Okay, so
you want me to go?
Richardson, you want to go, or we should take more about which one?
No. Actually, I'll stay in line. I'm in the queue, so whoever was supposed to go first.
No, let you go. Let you go. My bitches go. Yeah, go.
Okay. Wow, you see the guys on Spoon don't treat me like this, so.
No, get you all around. I beg you.
So you know when the case started, I thought, and I think other panelists thought that it was just like a regular case. We're going to go through the process, but we see that it's not a regular case. It's a political case, okay? Because we've met all of the court's requirements, but they're still not opening Spoon. They're still keeping us shut down. So the only thing that comes to mind is the interference of freedom of speech. So as you guys know, when we speak about freedom of speech, it's not just the media out there disseminating information. It is about the interference of our ability to hear news. It is the interference of our ability to speak news. It is the interference of our human rights, because speaking, hearing, all of those things are they are human rights issues. our opinion, expressing your opinions on human rights issue. So when governments start interfering with freedom of speech, they're moving towards authoritarian or dictatorship type government, because they want only one-sided information to be provided. George Weah wants only the good things to be shown about him. He wants for them to go today like they went and say, oh, we got electricity in the country. In fact, we're giving electricity to Ivory Coast. So those are the kind of things that he wants to hear. Okay, they want us to see, oh, okay, he paying for wire fee. He's the best president. He not bring paved road and all of those things. And so when we see those things, our family in Liberia see those things, their mind, stop thinking. All they on now is just, I'm voting for George Weah. They just start to mimic whatever he says. And if you look at communist country, authoritarian government, everybody thinking the same way. So a media vampire like Spoon, we present different information all the time. You have different platform members of the panelists who come from different areas. So I don't think that we should have a blackout, because then we'll have one-sided information presented all the time. We'll just have George Weah information presented. And our people, especially in the society that the literacy rate isn't so high, then they will not really think, they will not ask questions. We on this side, we tend to be blessed because we like it, we can go to Fox News, we like it, we can go to CNN, we like it, we can read, we like it, we can do anything to some extent. But our people then back home, they don't have a lot of that opportunities like we do. So I don't think we should block it. In fact, I think we should be more vigilant in showing everything that they do. So then we can come and critique it and say, this one is good, this one is bad for our country, which most likely it will be bad for our country. And I'm not being biased about it. They've been bad for the past 6 years. I don't think they're going to change in the next 2 months or so. So that's my thought on it.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Mr. Raymond and the rest of you, you better vote for Mr. Cummings, because he is the one that's going to bring change. We're not keeping 70% in the bank. I know about the rescue team. Maybe you're keeping your 400,000 that you voted for your last year in the bank somewhere, but we don't have 7% in the bank. Okay.
That's it.
We'll bring you.
That will tell you. That will tell you we got space on the train for you.
That's not gonna speak to the blackout.
For you.
They don't understand what
That's not gonna speak to
they
the
don't understand
blackout.
what a compound interest is. That 7% has compounded, so they will understand it. They will get it.
At what point in time did they compound? At what point in time did they increase?
We are not
Liberian people.
We are not concluding on the blackout.
Kwame is the most talked about politician in Liberia now.
Okay.
It's obvious.
So
Raymond, don't get off me and say that.
Actually, Mr. Cummings brought a new way of campaigning, and Nelson, I think you agree with me, because you, the news media person, of campaigning. Before, you ever saw George Weah campaign before? You ever saw people walking in the rain, walking poo-poo water? It was Mr. Cummings during 2017 who was walking around, kissing babies, going to the markets and stuff like that. Now, we'll introduce another new way of campaigning to you. You won't be putting billboards all around. You see the day being attacked on the show. Oh, we ain't got a billboard in Nima. We ain't got a billboard in Banga. No, we ain't doing all of that. We're doing house to house, talking, personalizing ourselves to the people.
Gerald was there campaign, right?
And Dr. Richardson. We part that stage long time.
Dr. Richardson, let me testify to that. In 2017, I was doing roles around the country. So rural areas, there were places only Cummings team I saw campaigning 20-something. But what baffled me most is with all of the efforts, because you will find these Highlander Jeeps where people invest, Cummings people, and you will see even posters on those homes. And I wouldn't see even people from the United Party or even CDC in those places. But yet and still, when the result came, it was still a dismal performance. I don't know what you can say to that.
Thank you.
Well, Nelson, I didn't know you are on the train, and when you acting, you look like you on the train.
No,
Dr. Richardson.
Nelson is neutral. Nelson is neutral.
Nelson representing all the other political parties are now on the panel.
everything Raymond said, oh, good, thank you. Just congratulating Raymond.
No, I'm actually trying to get Raymond conclude so I can move on. So that thank you is like saying it's okay, so we can move on. But interestingly, that Dr. Richardson and everyone up here, we've been joined by George Widow, the lone sedition who's always coming up on the show. And I must appreciate George for having a thick skin, because for every time he comes up here, man, the comment section is hot. But
We're gonna take skin. The man could cry. I'm begging you. The man I could cry. Say take skin.
Wait a minute.
But Moba, you can conclude with your thoughts. What do you think about just before
all the panelists said the thing. We shouldn't stop covering their event. We should be able to expose their ills. We should be able to bring all their, like today, Samuel Toy went out and telling people that he's supporting. I mean, they're sending current to Ivory Coast. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Now, all will be here.
So if like probably if we were if we were not there to cover that event, we would not know, because they got certain people who were there calling out like Freedom FM, King FM, all the radio outlets. They are being paid by the government to speak negative about the opposition and positive about the government. So we know. So we will urge our spoon event to cover every event to cover it. We're not telling them to stop, because we want to be well informed and elaborate people. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Welcome to the show, Josh.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
So like Josh, but they're rushing me. Like, thank you.
No,
I didn't even get my take on the blackout though.
That's fine. Josh?
Well, that's cool.
Thank you so much, Nelson. Thank you to all the panelists.
Josh, you're very low. I don't know. You're very low.
I'm making you that DJ.
You gotta add some psychometry water to that volume, and get
it. I be low. Make a DJ.
What about now? You can hear me?
You stay low, but we no problem will manage you.
It's low. It's low.
Hey, Mama, sorry, man. I need it, man.
We're hearing it, man.
All right, thank you, guys. Look, I appreciate that. You guys will let me come on. It's I just
protected.
Yes, I'll listen to Dr. Richardson. I think she's the reason why I'm here, because she said, if you guys continue to talk together, you are the same, you support the same person, you know what I mean? It will make no difference, you know what I mean? You'll just be like having a conversation somewhere else, right? So if you have somebody who is completely different, the conversation becomes interesting. So thank you, Dr. Richardson. I think you beat sense into Nelson's head. That's why he brought me on. So thank you. So what I want to say,
you see I will remove somebody and bring him on. Anyway, that's fine. That's fine. Josh, it's good to have you on the show. On a more serious note, I just want us to proceed, because we're just about moving to our next talking point. But you met us at a point where we're talking about whether or not that you are aware, despite being a citizen, you're aware of the closure of the Spoon FM, the Spoon Network, the radio service, and so there has been suggestion that there should be a media blackout, because in the midst of everything, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and all of the Spoon online platforms are still providing media coverage for the ruling establishment. So there has been this suggestion for a media blackout. Now we want to know from you, as a sedition, as a Liberian first, before a sedition, where do you stand on this?
Okay, look, Nelson, you always know that when I come on the show, and even in my private, conversation with people, I like to be very, factual and very unbiased, I should say. Look, I don't think that we do.
Can we all mute? Can we? Okay, thank you.
One of the things we do that I think that is wrong is we tend to blame government for everything that happens in the country, and we think it is political, and we politicize everything that happens. I think it's wrong. And while it is true that government in Liberia control, most of the things that we do experience there, sometimes it's very incorrect to say that government is responsible for the rain and the sun and everything. as a people, we need to understand that, look, even though there is government, but there are other factors that that influence what happens. For instance, I've been following the case that had Spoon shut down, and I realized that it is not government's influence. And if you want to black out the government, it would just be something that you're doing because you want to politicize what is happening. But I don't think necessarily this is the government's influence. Somebody took Spoon to court, like anyone else could do. You know what I mean? And if that happens, if you think that the government controls the court, the government controls everything, then who are we, guys? So you want to tell me that there's no independent mind in the judiciary? There's nothing. If you want
30
to say that, then
seconds.
that means we should just forget about elections, forget about everything, and just allow the government to rule everything. If that's what we believe as a people. But I think what we should always pursue is the reality. What is actually happening? Who is this guy? Why did he take school to court? Let's look at the nitty-gritty of the issues that are happening, not just to combine everything and want to make it as a political speaking point. Why I disagree why this gentleman took school to court, I disagree in part, even though he has his own right, to choose what he wants to do as a president. This guy was fired from the government. This guy is like Eugene Fagon now, right? And if Eugene Fagon took this entity to court, you say that the government did it. You wouldn't say that. The man was fired just like Eugene Fagon. He felt injured. His reputation. He felt injured. So he went for a recourse. You know what I mean? And that's why we need as a people to always want people to go to court instead of taking matters into their own hands. This guy did not take matters into their own hands to go and start, maybe pay people to go and burn the place down. No, he went to court, and the court is taking a trend that we need to follow and find a conclusive end that will make sure that people will not feel that they can take the law into their own hands. If that guy, for some reason, he has the ability, he was in government, he could pay some boys and say, go and put that place on fire. And guess what? Everything you had in school were going to burn down, right? But he did not do that. He said, what I would do is that this country is the country of law and not of men. So I will go to the courts. So that's what he did. So I don't see why people will want to politicize everything that happens. And it pains me, gentlemen. It pains me that we always, everything that happens, it is the government. And we don't even look at people taking individual, decisions. Like for example, George Weah said it during his inauguration. He said he needs everybody to help him do what he wants to do because he cannot do it alone. But if we want to say he should do it alone, then of course we are going nowhere as a people and as a country.
Okay, all right. Can I finally ask you because you just came up with a lot of stuff, pertaining to the station. Roman, yeah, ask a question.
So you just spoke and said we should not politicize it. But can I ask you, have you seen anything that doesn't look normal, like the normal judicial proceedings within this case? One, I want to draw your attention to two things. The closure of the station only because of a lawsuit. Is it a normal proceeding? Have you seen it before in our country that a station gets shut down because of a lawsuit without even hearing the case? Okay. The second thing is, are you aware how long it has taken Spoon just to file a bond and the delays being carried out? Who does it benefit? The closure of Spoon. And who are you also aware of the numerous posts from seditions, including the youth wing, about the shutting down of Spoon even before this bogus court proceedings?
Look, I've seen a lot of posts, from supporters of the government, seditions, that means nothing to me. Look, anybody can post anything. Like for now, you can stand here and say President Weah is a PvP. You can say anything you want to say. Anything is free. That's why we have a free society. The only thing we do have is taking responsibility of the action you take as an individual. Anyone can say anything. So don't tell me that if I can stand here and say you're moving the government from Liberia, that means they should move it or the government should be removed. No, everything has to go by the law. This guy felt injured. His reputation felt injured because he said, according to him, that I'm not aware of, he said Spoon said something about him, which of course he felt injured. So he went to court. And the court proceeding, dictated what happened to Spoon. I don't know what, according to information, they said they were served and nobody attended court for them. And but man, something has to happen. And we cannot say here because we are
George, you're not
on
informed, man.
say, okay, let me finish. Is that another point you tell me? Thank
30
you.
seconds, George.
If you say government shut station down, what we have seen as a people, where government shut station down, is when we see police people go without rape and lock the door, like what Ellen and her people did. UP, when Joe Biden was the vice president, what they did when they shut stations down, those are what we call shutting stations down. Now, when the court takes a rape to
The
say
next
this
question,
station
George.
shut
That
down.
is-
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, before you come in, George, can I ask you a question?
Please go ahead.
What was the reason woman pay was fired for?
Women pay was fired. Look,
You see, man, I went to court. And I name, right? Okay.
Yeah.
What was the reason?
Wilmot
The
Smith.
government came out, yeah.
Smith.
Wilmot
Okay.
Smith.
Yeah.
What was the reason?
The government came out and said for administrative reason. In administrative reason, there could be anything, right? So the government did not come out and say because of what Spoon said. No. But this man felt that it's because of what Spoon said. Like for instance, I can say something here, and you feel that the reason why they don't want to bring me on Spoon anymore is because of what George said about me. You can take me to court. If the court finds reason and undeniable facts that is because of what I said, that's why they remove it from Spoon, then you have a case. The case in its own reasoning will tell you exactly what they feel should be the ruling for what happened based on the evidence and the facts presented to them.
Okay.
So if anything happens,
Okay.
it has to be factual.
Can I-
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank
Can
you,
I go
Josh.
next?
Okay, yeah, Prince, you want to ask a question? Yeah, you can go
Yeah.
ahead.
All right. Firstly, though I did not speak on the media blackout, but two of us did not speak on that. But let me just ask George, the same Wilmot Smith you're talking about that took Spoon to court, and with your own understanding that this process is being fair to Spoon for 5 weeks, Spoon network being closed, 5 weeks. Liberia, they put out a bill first $30,000 USD. Even the United States is not easy. That not split the money. They came up with another bond of another 30,000. That's 60,000. I must commend Spoon FM firstly for them not receiving the 60,000 received by other media practitioners. That's number one, because it plays on the ingenuity to tell the Liberians that the PUL, they're not reputable people. That's number one. I don't know where it stands right now with this issue. 5 weeks, 1 month, 1 week, and you sit there, brother, and say it's real? Are you kidding me?
Okay. Let me just answer this.
Wow.
Let me just answer this.
Can you mute, Prince? Can you mute? Daniel, can you do same, sir? Thank you.
The judicial process in every country, right, deserves respect. And there are rules that govern these things. So if the court finds that maybe the bond you're trying to file is inappropriate, that is in a better judgment of the court. And the court should in no way, in any country whatsoever, be politicized. And like what we're doing in Liberia. Let me tell you something. Now, for instance, we are saying the police in Liberia are just real police. That's what we are saying. The same police, we used to call them civilians, we used to call them UP police. When they went to our party headquarters and had one of us killed, we call them UP police. Anyone who comes and because of our inability to abide by rules and regulations, will always accuse the police or security sector to be anti us. It is something that cannot continue, to persist in our country. Because what I see is that we are people who don't like to follow rules. I live here in Australia, right? If I'm driving, my seatbelt has to be on. If my seatbelt is not on, if I'm stopped, Now I got a fine. I just came to my house. I passed through the red light. I'm going to pay $290. If I don't pay on the 15th of next month, it's going to double, right? But when I go Liberia, I don't possibly on one coming from RIA to go. I don't care. You see, that's the type of thing we need to stop as a people. When we
Thank
stop
you.
those things,
Thank you, George.
we stop blaming authority for our own, problems. Yeah.
Thank you. So, any two questions for George, because we have to move to
Yeah.
the next
Yeah,
discussion.
let me step in, Nelson. Nelson, let me step in.
Let's have Dr. Richardson coming, then you end up. You are muted, Dr. Richardson. Yeah.
I want to make a correction, George. A bond is actually issued by the court. Okay. And the court issued the bond because I think you said you said the bond is issued by somebody else or whatever. I think I heard you say that. Did you say the bond? Who did you say the bond is issued by?
I mean the bond, the criminal bond
Yes.
or whatever bond is it. The bond is never issued by the court. People.
It is issued by the judge.
Yeah, no. So Dr. Richardson, maybe I'm saying something different from what you're saying. But usually, if you are in a trial, you are engaged in a trial, and the court will ask for the bond, right? That bond is not provided by the court. It's
Okay,
not
yes,
provided by
but the court asks. Okay, good. The court asks for a bond, but it's like they have private companies that issue the bond, or you can, get.
And in the better judgment of the court, they can refuse any bond. Yeah,
yes,
they can refuse any bond.
But usually they don't close a station down or an entity down because the bond wasn't issued or because they didn't get the bond on time. The reason why a bond is issued is for somebody to appear in court, right? That's what a bond is issued for. It's so that somebody wouldn't be a flight risk or something, so you can appear in court. So you pay your money. So that is different. Who shuts down entity?
Yeah, George, hold on, let Dr. Richardson land, then you can come in.
Who shuts down entity? Because they're not happy with the bond. What government does that?
Okay.
Just before you come in, George, just before you come in. So this whole thing is like, so let's take it from an institutional perspective and carry it to an individual perspective. So it's like, Nelson, I did something to John Brown. And you go to the court say the only way we will let Nelson to go and be out as a free man in the midst of this issue that is raised against him is for a certain amount to be paid as a bond. That's the bond there. So when that amount is paid, that serves as a guarantee that Nelson will not escape. Nelson will remain available while this process is going on. Now, from the individual perspective, if Nelson pay that money, or whichever insurance company pay that money, and then you hold the money, and then you still put me in jail, it becomes an infringement on my right. So in the case of the institution, the bond was paid, but the institution still remains closed, which makes it similar to an individual paying a bond, but the person is kept behind bar despite having paid the bond, and stuff like that. So I just wanted to come in from that point. Then you can conclude, Josh, while we move to our next discussion.
Thank you, Nelson. So look, I'm not a legal expert, right? Well, from my experience, I know that there are a lot of type of bonds, right, that people can file, right? They got criminal bond, they got surety bond, and I think they got two other bonds, right? And those sort of bonds, they got different criteria, you know what I mean, that you have to fulfill, for them to be granted by the court. I've seen people who maybe the court told them to pay maybe 10,000 bond, right? They bring the 10,000, they still put it in prison, right? Because they said, in the better judgment of the court can make any decision, right? Sometimes you go to court and feel that I will win this case, right? You are so sure that you're going to win the case, but you get there, something else happens and it falls away, it falls apart. So we cannot commit what is in court.
That's why I wanted to ask George a simple question. Yeah, he wasting our time.
I
For
just want to
real.
leave you with
Step
one
on
thing.
different topic, my man.
George,
He
just,
wasting our time.
just 10 seconds. Just 10-second quote. I just want to give this man. George, I just want to leave with this
But
quote.
Raymond, wait, man. Raymond, I got to
A
come
man
in.
could be the victim of the evil you celebrate today. Don't defend evil just because it favors you today.
Okay.
Always remember that.
Sharif, let me get you before we move on. Let me just say this thing quickly. So when I first started working for the UN, I left Liberia and I started working overseas. It was the first thing I wanted to do for my mom always was to build her house because we live in a very dilapidated house, right? A house that that was completely awful, right? We did not even have cement in the house. We used to beat the ground for it to be level. That's why we lived, right? As growing up. So I always decided, I want to build my mom's house. So when I first got a job overseas, I sent her money and the land was bought, everything, we built a house. And then someone took the house from us, right? They took this house and we went to court. And once they later realized that maybe the person who's behind this case is overseas, that house was that was early time, right? We went to court, we got tired, I was too finished on the road. The woman said she bought the land 1989, right? And we said we bought it in 2000, right? And for relatives sold the land to her. They still took the house from us, took the land, and nothing was given back to them, not even relocation, guys. So guess what? Court case sometimes we feel that it's against us, but sometimes look, there are rules that govern these things. And look, I'm a victim of the court. I will not sit there and say, oh, the court did, something that was illegal. In a better judgment of the court, they felt that this woman had the land and she had all the papers she had for it, and she sold it, and she had to take it back. So look, guys, I understand if you are injured by the law, if you are injured by the law, you feel that the law should not exist or the law is bad. But
Thank
you
you,
are
George.
beneficiary happy. So that's it.
Daniel, you can come in quickly. Then we take Mr. Cooper. Right after that, we move to our next discussion. We have a very interesting video to play here.
Thank you, Nelson. It's disappointing that George will be all over the place because he will leave from seatbelt to go to litigating issue to come to land deal. Let me just start from where he ended. When Ellen came over, what she had when it came to her land commission was completely different from what Samuel Doe had. Samuel Doe, you could build a house to a certain level and you will go through what Samuel Doe arrangement had and you will buy the land. What Ellen had, you could put rock in the house. You could sing the house and be lying on your bed. According to Ellen Land Commission, you won't own that place once you never got that land legitimately. So let's disregard that. Let's get back to the serious issue. The mere fact is that you are not even aware of the charge when it comes to Wilmot Smith issue. That was a defamation issue. And the mere fact that Wilmot Smith, we had a case at the lower court and Arthur Johnson, we boycott the lower court and go to Supreme Court. And all the time Arthur Johnson had a case with Koji. When it came to the Chief Justice issue, his foot was never hurting. This is a calculated attempt to procrastinate the issue. But it's unfortunate that today you're talking about LMP, Labrador National Police, getting involved in CDC stuff, back there shooting people. At the time CDC scenario happening at the party headquarters, there was nothing about LMP involved. Man, over there, we have international peacekeepers on the ground. But it's unfortunate that today you are outside the country and probably you're not cognizant of the reality on the ground. So you're just here to spew all misinformation. I will advise you to go back to the drawing board and calibrate Liberia history and know from the time, I don't know when last you voted in Liberia, but you have to go back and understand how that scenario happened. But this particular case concerning a spoon is a politically motivated case and it has to be handled that way. Zero tolerance on party control when it comes to our body politics, when it comes to judicial system. Judge, we are desecrated the judicial system. Thank you.
Nursing a little bit of expert info.
Yes, let's mute. At least be recognized before you. Yeah. So thank you very much, Daniel, for making your point. We'll have to move to the next discussion. So please, Raymond, please, Cindy, please. Let's move to Cooper, who just joined us, Mr. Cooper.
Nursing, this is information, expert information.
Okay, so go ahead. Just provide the information. Please,
ladies and gentlemen, to everybody listening, I serve as acting land use planning assistant director at the Ministry of Public Works, so I understand when it comes to land issue. In fact, I was Public Works representative on the Land Reform Commission, sponsored by the U.S. government. So what my brother just said, those time when you build a house, that was arbitration. It was out of court settlement. The laws of Liberia have not changed. Ownership of the land has to be when you have bought the land, took it, and the guy probated, and the deed become legit. And whenever there's a land conflict, the oldest deed stand. And our law says anything that isn't done according to the law isn't done at all. So my brother, I'm so sorry you became a victim of the criminal act by reselling land in Liberia. But buying somebody's land doesn't make it yours. And putting a mansion on it doesn't even give you legitimacy to it. That's the law. It has been like that forever.
Thank you very much.
So let me
Thanks
just
a
say
lot.
something quickly. So you see, I felt
yeah,
about
just
that.
before you come in, Josh, just before you come in, let's do justice to Cindy. 30 seconds, Cindy. You wanted to make a point?
Thank you. Yes. Look, Josh mentioned something and it caught my attention. He said a court can make a decision per their determination when whatever way they feel or like. And I don't think that's justice. Justice is done according to the law. Justice is not just what the court wants. And also, just what you should know it, an intentional delay tactic is an injustice. And that's exactly what is happening to Spoon. They continue to delay this process, and that's injustice. And they are doing it intentionally so that this will be put on hold until after the election. So, I mean, if you mean well for the Liberian people, I don't think you should support this and you should back this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Cindy.
Nelson, can I say something quickly, then we'll move on?
Okay,
Yes,
Josh,
please.
you have 30 seconds, please.
Yeah, so look,
let me just set the timer because I want to make sure that we're working in the 30 seconds that you have.
Okay. So, Brother Sandy, the thing is, I did not say how the court feels. I say on the facts and evidence presented to the court, they will make a judgment based on those, the pieces of evidence that will be provided. And there's no way that somebody will make judgment according to how they feel. It doesn't make sense. There's no way, you want to base your judgment on how you feel, sentiment or any emotion that you feel at the time. So that was not my point. The thing is that look, once you feel injured by the law, you feel that the law should not exist or the law is biased. It's not. It's just the way it is, and it will always be that the way it is. Like for now, we got Trump, who was indicted, right?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
No worries,
Thank you, sir. Okay, yeah. Mr. Cooper, you can go ahead. You just bump into the discussion. So we are at the point right now where we're talking about whether or not there is a suggestion about a media blackout based on the Spoon legal situation involving the ruling establishment. Where do you stand on that, sir? Just before we move to our sister who has just joined us.
Well, thank you for inviting me, and I'm glad to be part of this. I heard a whole lot of things, but the one you brought here, that's the one I was concerned about, Spoon, and whether the government or an individual lawsuit against Spoon. Is that what that was?
Yeah.
Good. All right. The thing is an individual and an establishment, a legitimate company, whatever we call it, media. I think that whatever happened in court, because this individual took Spoon to court, should not warrant Spoon closure. Because I don't know, I'm not a legal person. It's an individual who carries the case. That case had nothing to do with closure. I don't want to say some things that will maybe open a can of worms, but I'll leave it like that. That was not fair on the government part to close or shut Spoon mouth.
Thank you.
And knowing that Spoon mouth is too wide to close.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Mickey, let's hear you, our sister. Welcome to the show. Can you unmute? Wow, we lost her.
I'm right here.
Are you coming back?
No, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Good evening, good morning, whatever, wherever place you are right now. And I just want to say thank you guys for having me tonight. And Dr. Frizzy, hi. I be trying to send some hugs to you when the guys are eating you up. But
No, you send it by messenger. Usually I can check every periodically, just those positive messages. But thank you.
right, I'm like, Stanton, stop it. But I just want to talk about a couple of things that I watched yesterday on a show and today. One has to do with Miss Ruth and the situation about her husband and everything she witnessed or heard. I was devastated and I was like sobbing yesterday when I heard that little boy on the phone. Like I just couldn't take it because I'm a mother. So it really did broke my heart to see that she's, around the place, don't even have like security. Nobody is there to like stand up and speak up. She has to be in hiding and all of that. But I just want to commend the Spoon Network because everything that you guys are doing is what Liberia needs right now. And I don't know, like they say when something good is happening for you, that's when the devil steps in and try to like put a stop to it because you have already seen that there are potential in in you as a person or in the ability of the thing that you're doing. So I just want to commend everyone on this panel and to Stanton, Dr. Francis, Eugene, everyone that is voicing out. You guys are doing great, and we're gonna keep on talking, and we're gonna support y'all whatever way possible. Now, to the issue of the network being closed, it is disheartening for Mr. Josh to be up here on the same platform that you are showcasing the CDC, um, talking about them, preaching the gospel and everything. You're sitting on this same network, and I mean, it's I don't I can't even muff it because if there was no Spoon, a lot of people wouldn't be informed of all these things that we are knowing about right now. So I think it's fair enough for you to call your people aside and tell them the truth. Like if you're a good person and although you're a friend of a person that is doing wrong, you call them, tell them, my man, you my man, but what you're doing? It's not okay. It's not it's not fair. It's not fair to the people. It's not fair to us. Yes, we
Okay.
love you, but this is the truth.
30
For you
seconds.
to enable somebody bad behavior, you are just as bad as the person. Let's be real. So
Thank you.
for you to sit here and say every excuse that you're giving is just I just feel like you I don't know. It's like you're trying to cover up or you're embarrassed. So you just like, okay, let me just support CDC, whether a good or bad. And that's just so wrong for an educated person like you. That speaks
Thank
a
you.
lot to your character. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. Thanks a whole lot for making your contribution to the discussion. So with that, we will. I want to play this video shortly. After this, we'll be going to the lines. I want to play this video very shortly. Okay, so
But you can put it in the market. Now that bread butter issue there. Let me tell you about LEC. Oh, Mr. President, Joseph said you gotta go connect 4,000 homes in Lima County. The project, he said, you're begging me, he said, the president can go, I beg you, the minister go. This is the story of electricity that you have transformed in this country. So in a few weeks, about 4,000 households in Lima, another 4,000 in Bonketo will be connected to electricity. I was with Monica last night. You know what Monica told me? The NEC man. He said, you got to tell the president to tell the college can be true. Liberia has exported power for the first time to Cote d'Ivoire. We supply electricity to Cote d'Ivoire through the CLSG line. Yeah, Cote d'Ivoire will buy electricity for.
So there you have it. That's the first clip. First of all, Moba, I want you to read Article 5.1 of the Code of Conduct for public officials in Liberia. Moba, do you have it? Okay. So
Yeah.
can you read that for us, sir?
5.1 of the Code of Conduct stated that all official appointees by the President of the Republic of Liberia shall not engage in political activity or contest for election office. B, we can have B say use of government facility, equipment, or resources in support of partisan or political activity, campaign team, or any political party, or the campaign of any independent candidate. Then when you come out to section 5.2, okay, now we talk about amending. So you want me to go down
so
to
thank you very much, Moba. So this is where I want us to take our next conversation from. Now, the aspect that has to do with Liberia giving current to Cote d'Ivoire. That's something which me, I here as a journalist, I'm yet to verify. I don't know about that. This is my very first time hearing about Liberia giving electricity to Cote d'Ivoire, because the last time I checked, we are connected to the CLSG line, and we even have some issues with respect to our payments, which resulted to some electricity issue for us here for some time. It's just because of the rainy season now that we have stable electricity to some extent. So that's another discussion. But to see the current finance minister canvassing, campaigning for the president. Now, in the case of the commissioner Eugene Nangwe, is on the eMansion website. He was excused. He was given a leave for about 2 months to go and campaign. He was excused from his job, though he's still being paid, but he was excused. But I just want to get your take. You listened to the session of the Code of Conduct Moba read. You saw the finance minister canvassing. I just want to give 3 minutes to each person up here to say what their thoughts are with respect to that video we just played and what we heard from the Code of Conduct for public officials, which covers the finance minister. Dr. Richardson, we'd like to start with you, ma'am.
So I'm gonna actually ask that I be excused. I've been going all day.
Okay.
So let me just leave you guys and I'll be listening, okay? But thank you for having me on. Senny, stay strong, okay? I came because of you. All right, bye-bye.
Thank you so much for the support, Dr. Richardson. It's good to see you.
Yes, and actually for Nelson too. Nelson been doing this all day today. So, but you guys, thank you. Mickey, take my place, hanging out with these guys.
Thank you so much.
I got you covered.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, so we'll replace Dr. Richardson with Voleye. I hope I got your name right. Welcome, sir.
Volula. You can call me Nya.
Yeah,
call me
Nya.
Another CPP in the
Oh,
building.
you got power, yo. He came with a whole placard.
Yeah.
That's like a one got behind me here.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, my word. Okay, so let's start with Cindy.
Well, look.
I see Toure in the background. Toure will try to bring you on shortly, but Cindy, go ahead.
What Mr. Samuel Toure didn't say to the Liberian people is that the Liberian government and Liberia as a country is also supplying electricity to the United States. In fact, I'm benefiting from that. And I'm not joking. So we should congratulate them.
This is a serious news platform, man.
No, it's serious. Through those lines, in fact, they started supplying the U.S. through, under the sea. So, look, I'm saying this, and I'm not trying to joke here. We know Samuel Tuah with his loose statements. Is that not the same Samuel Tuah that said Liberia has uplifted, how many millions of people from poverty? That Liberia population, Nigeria population, Ghana population combined?
27 million.
27 million, thank you. I couldn't find that number. Thank you, my brother. 27 million people Liberia uplifted from poverty. Now Liberia is supplying Ivory Coast, America, Nigeria, Ghana with electricity. Congratulations, we're doing well. This is why Spoon need to stay around, because we need to flag this kind of statement. Our people will hear these things and they will start to believe them. And this is why some of us are here every night to tell the people the truth, the reality. So pertaining that, regarding that statement, our people know it's lie. Liberia is still struggling to supply electricity to a very huge part of the country. There's a major part of the country that don't have electricity. And you're talking about we are supplying Ivory Coast. It is the total opposite. But I'm not going to dwell on that. The Liberian people know that for true. That Samuel Tuah is a guy that makes loose statements. And I'm not being disrespectful to him. He has been doing it and the people know him. When it comes to the issue of the code of conduct, we know this government has disrespected the rules and regulations that governs our country. They don't care about what the people feel. They don't care about the rules and laws that govern Liberia. They know the people will do nothing. They know the opposition community will do nothing. It's an abuse to the people, or direct abuse to the people. Samuel Tuah shouldn't be on the campaign trail with the president. He knows that. But he's doing it because he knows the people will do nothing. So, I don't want to dwell on that. The Liberian people make a better judgment, make a better decision, and vote this government out. Replace the government with a new ideas, with an idea that will face the issue confronting us, the issue of rule of law, the issue of our economy. And we know there is only one candidate in the race that can face this issue effectively and efficiently.
Thank you.
And that candidate is Mr. Alexander Cummings. Whenever I'm trying to sell Mr. Cummings to the people, he say thank you. Let us tell Mr. Cummings, he's the best.
It's always at the concluding stage of your comment. So that's why I always come in with thank you.
Thank you.
Raymond, the floor is yours, sir. Let's hear you.
So my Liberian people, everybody, when you grown up for a while and you mature for a while, you can smell a lie and you can see a lie. And when you're intelligent enough, you can tell the difference, because lies always stand out as a lie. This government has no message for you because the truth is against her. So she has to manufacture something that doesn't exist, and that thing is a lie. What you just heard from the Minister of Finance, Samuel Tuah, who is one of the reasons why the countries keep going down and under a terrible economy, where you can't even afford to feed yourself. It's telling you that the government has created a lot of electricity that we are sending even some out to another neighboring country. My people, that one makes sense? Ain't even made no sense. That all a lie. Your capital city, Monrovia, everybody got current in Monrovia? Which rural counties are electrified that we can say, okay, before we even sending it out? So if that statement is true, then our government are wicked government. Because it's not even enough for us, they're giving it out to the other people. But no, that's not the case. We just want to let you know that everything they're coming to you with during these elections are nothing but blatant lies, diabolical lies. Don't even trust the words they speak. Want to tell you it's in the morning, please wake up, open your curtains and look out and see whether it's true. Whatever they tell you, please verify it, because they are liars. Samuel Tuah even told us that they are uplifted 27 million people from out of poverty. What's the population of Liberia? Another lie. The one that told us the amount of road network that the president have built since he became president. Another blatant lie. They will say nothing but lies. because they got nothing truthful to tell you. If they tell you the truth as it is, you will say, oh, you have done so bad. But
Thank you.
my people, we can tell the truth from the lies. It's enough. This alone lie from Samuel 2 tells us that we can't trust this government. And if you can't trust a government, why will you re-elect them? A re-election of this government is a suicide for you, my people.
Thank you.
Your life is important.
Thank
Vote
you, sir.
JMB and kick CDC out.
Thank you. Another JMB man. Why all the JMB people just came together in the same? But let's hear you out, Sherry.
Well, this particular topic here is personal to me because the blatant lies spewed by the finance minister today. You know, the Transcorp CLSG project is actually headed by my older brother, Mohammed Sharif. So that project was given to him by President Eli Johnson Sirleaf, and the project had two phases. And I happened to have the opportunity to actually visit the headquarters in Abidjan, 2019. I toured the main substation in Man, Ivory Coast, 2019, and phase one comprised of the construction of substations, and that construction phase came about the construction of substation in Cape Mount, in Nimba, we have Guinea, you have Sierra Leone. So those are the three countries. And what is the source of the power? The source of the power is in Ivory Coast. So it's ironic to think that this is the source of the power and you are supplying the source of the power. What sense does that make? So today, when I listened to that video, I was just laughing because I was with my brother too. I was with him today. So it was just a pure laughter. So, and that was the phase one. And then phase two of the project was the distribution. So the distribution aspect is where Liberia cannot even implement. So the distribution aspect now is this. We have built a substation. The only thing we need from you, the government, pay the money, and they will distribute the power. Up to now, the government cannot do that. Or as now, with the substation constructed all over Liberia, Liberia should have a stable electricity by now. But it's just inadequacy of the government not paying that money is the reason why that line is not distributed. If you go part of Sierra Leone now, if you go part of Guinea, most especially the Zerikore area close to Nimba, they enjoy 24-hour electricity now, simply because their government have paid their money. So this is a multi-billion-dollar project that money and income has to be coming in, and my brother has to report to World Bank and various partners that funded this project, and it's where agriculture has to make her money, because this is the business for them. It's not free.
30 seconds.
So coming on here and telling people that our Liberia supply Africans, it's just blatant lie. And again, it's not a surprise. This man said that Liberia, this government has somehow elevated 27 million people from poverty in Liberia. Where did we get the 27 million people from? The last time I checked, we were under 6 million population. So again, we just have to get rid of these people through the ballot, and we have to vote Joseph Nyuma Obaka. This is the man with integrity, this man that has experience, that has a technical know-how, and he's going to employ the right people at the right places in order to elevate our country from this condition we are in right now. Vote Joseph Nyuma Obaka come October 10, 2020. Thank you. 2023. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's hear you. Daniel, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, nephew, thank you. Thank you very much. You know, it's unfortunate that the Honorable Finance Minister will come and score a hat trick of lie on our people. That's hat trick. The first lie I stand to be corrected. That's why I got on record. He said he infused $25 million in the Liberian economy, thereby giving it to money changer. That was the first goal. The second goal, he said that he took 27 million people out of poverty in Liberia, where in case we don't even have 27 million population in our country. Today, he's saying that we are supplying Aracos with electricity, wherein Kaken, Tokpakli, Pigneses, Barclayville, those are all towns right in Grand Crew that don't have electricity. The president home county. So it just beat my imagination. This finance minister will thread on lies, total fabrication, information that are collectively mendacious to our people, and just think he will walk away with impunity. I can assure you that the Liberian people, that's the reason why I spoke earlier that Spoon should not go on a blackout. I'm so sorry for my friend and brother George here, because I don't know even if he have face again. Because if the finance minister will come with a straight face and lie to the Liberian people, and I know my friend and brother George will not come with any other argument here, he will just concede that this finance minister have been a liar from the onset, and he'll continue to be a liar. But what we tell Liberian people, Spoon Network continue to expose these liars. And let's just be clear. No, let me land, Nelson. Let the Liberian people know that these guys are liars, and they will continue to lie to them. There's no more chance for them. GMB is the way forward, and I've seen credible people on the team. Honorable Modu will come and check Samuel Tue. Honorable Modu will come and check the Eugene Nangwe. And Honorable Baka will endorse those investigations and will bring them to justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I know take on with the people with your English. It's too heavy.
What's the word again? Someone's asking.
Collectively mendacious. Now, powers, those are all lying terminologies that are synonymous.
I mean, writer is asking.
Dagu English.
Okay, so I mean Dagu English, yeah. Thank you. But George, let's hear from you, Chief.
So thank you. That's Black me so, eh? Okay. So my time starts now, or no? Or you want to take the thing from my face first?
No, go ahead.
Social member, I'll spoon you there.
No, let me make his point right after your point.
Thank you. Yeah, okay, thank you. So here's the thing. Look, we can all sit here and say the minister lied. It's easy. We don't have the facts. You don't know. Once you are connected to something, you got from point A to point B. If you can supply here, you can also supply here. I don't know whether it actually happened. And I'm not going to say because I don't have the facts. Because I wasn't in the meeting with he and the managing director. So I will not say it happened or it did not happen. But I trust that he was telling the truth. Second thing I want to say is about the code of conduct that our brother Zokia is always talking about. And my response to any of that is always going to be this. If you say anyone appointed by the government or by the president should not be engaged in any political activity, are you not infringing on these people's rights? Are you not saying that they should not support what they want to support? Any law, what is contravenes the Constitution that gives everybody the human right, let's just say human right, the undeniable right to vote for whoever they want to vote for, to participate in political activities, and you bring another law that says once you are appointed, you cannot do this. I think there is a trick in this thing, and that we all need to speak out against when laws are made to disadvantage certain people. We cannot say the minister cannot vote for what he's doing for the government that he's part of. We cannot say he's unable to say anything because he has been appointed. He's a Liberian in the first place before he got appointed. So if he feels that he has to participate, he has to participate. I don't think any law should stop anyone from participating in our electoral process. No law should do that. And if you say don't use the facility of the government, I agree. But if you say I cannot canvass for my government because I work for that government, then of course something is wrong somewhere. And we need to all speak against it because it's Senator today. Tomorrow it might be Nelson who will be in government. And then they say because you are there or because the UP government is there, you cannot canvass for your government and you sit supinely and let other people propagate maybe inaccurate information about you only because you are appointed by government. So you cannot say anything to rebuke them, or you cannot say anything to come back to them. I think it's wrong. I think we need to put the right what it is. I think the law, that particular code of conduct, I think it has to be dealt with in a way that it will give people their human rights and the rights that are given to us by our Constitution to make sure that we can participate in any electoral process, regardless of who appointed or who did not appoint us. I will stop there. I'll be self-regulating in this one. I see my brother
let me just say something to George, right? Let me tell you. The code of conduct said if you want to partake, if as a minister, yes, if you want to partake, you resign within one year time, 1 year period. Then stop and say you shouldn't participate. But if you stay in the position and participate, it's against the Constitution. So
why will you take my daily bread? Why will you take my daily bread because I want to vote? Why will you take my daily bread because I want to vote?
Listen.
Why will you do that?
Listen.
No law
This
to
is
do
nothing
that.
about daily bread, bro. That's a law. It's not
No
daily bread, it's a law.
Wait.
It's not an individual opinion. It is a law.
Okay, guys, let's do this.
Some of us got to come on
Let's
too.
do this. Yeah, let's do this.
No, you come on. You come on, my brother. I want to make something clear to George. No, George. The country you're in is governed by law. Every nation governed by law. So if you violate the law, you will bear the consequences. So you will not sit over there where you're sitting today and telling people, and your law say before you drive, you get driver license. And you say because my family got to eat, I got to work, and because I get the transportation from where I am to go to where I'm supposed to be or to work, I don't have the means to go there, but I get my car, I can drive it without license. If the car pull you over, you know what kind of penalty? They're going to pull you over because you violated their law. That's the law. Let the law be the law. You shouldn't say that because the person will take food from that. No. Let the Constitution stand that it make every nation. I rest my case.
Thank you very much. Jayu, we'll soon screenshots on the thing and post it on the screen.
This is a private chat. Just leave it for us.
Go ahead, Cooper. Let's hear from you, Chief. Cooper, go ahead.
Oh, did you invite me?
Yeah, Mr. Cooper is your turn. Go ahead,
Oh,
sir.
wow. Thank you. A whole lot of things have been said here, and I see that out of desperation, anybody will lie to protect the CDC in power. How can you export power to another country when in fact your country does not have power? Where are you getting the surplus from to sell or to give it away? So these people, they are in power, they don't know what to say. Well, I'm not so much about law, but if the Constitution says that an individual in the government should not campaign or whatever it says, they shouldn't. If it says you should retire or resign a year before, I think you should do and take your political support to full force. But this is a conflict of interest. The people are paying you, but you are fighting against them. So our brother finance minister is kind of a little bit off track with that. And blatant lie, I can't say the lie, maybe it's happening that Liberia is exporting power to Ivory Coast. But how is that possible? We have been struggling with power. Let's look at the airport. The president playing almost crashed one time. He said, and I cannot drag on that. And I talked to a friend. I said, look, let this man do something about the power, something at the airport. Because his life almost got, and other people are coming in. And this is why Liberia is not moving forward in the aviation business. Because it's a risky business to fly millions of dollars plane to the airport. People are taking risks. This is what in the days we used to have multiple flights where maybe some of you guys might be a same age group or maybe a little bit ahead of you. But in the days when they have Pan Am, Swiss Air, you name it, Sabina, all that going to Liberia. Plane were taking off back and forth in Liberia. But yet because the safety issue, no power, they don't want to come. And other issues, security and all of that. And how can you say you are selling power or giving power to another country when you don't even have enough to supply your own airport that plane almost crashed with your president? I rest my case.
Thanks a lot. Ture, it's over to you, sir.
Yeah, man. Look, George, I love my brother George. Just the courage to come on here and face this, brother. Look, absolute. I'm not even trying to joke on this, bro. I respect that, right? But this is the thing, man. There's nothing to sell, bro. There's nothing to sell. You just told us that you live in a country of rules and regulations. That if you drive without a seatbelt on, you will get fined. George, you just told us that, right? Now, how can you come then and tell us that Constitution? Mobile just read it, thing, Code of Conduct, read it, right? And now you want to come and justify what the finance minister is doing. Josh, you can't justify that. The law is the law. The framer of that Constitution, they knew exactly that if you allow a sitting leadership to do these kind of things, it put other political parties and opposition at a disadvantage. You just show a picture yesterday, Nelson, with LEC pickup truck. They're using it to supply, campaign flyer and posters for the president. You can't do that. And someone to it, there's the thing. Someone to look. Sometimes this guy and president, we have said this on numerous occasions that Samantha is the smartest man in the world. And Samantha enjoys when the president is sitting down where he just go out of his mind and start saying outlandish stuff. Bro, we're just negotiating a power purchase from Ivory Coast just last year. And how can you be supplying the very Ivory Coast that you're negotiating to purchase? I'll just read the article right now. It's lying. Absolutely lying. It's sad. It's sad that it's happening that way, but it's even making it even more, bad when someone can come here to try to defend what the administration is doing. It is absolutely perplexing. And I just know that my good friend George will just take this L tonight and go and come back. And we'd love to have you on the show, right, Nelson? Thank you.
Let me just say something quickly.
Thank you very much, Ture.
Can I say something quickly?
Okay, yeah, you can do that very quickly.
It's just a point of injection that I want to make.
Okay.
I just realized something. When I first joined you guys today, we were talking about how unjust the law is in Liberia, right? Because the law that was applicable to the Spoon case is the law. And you were saying how unjust the law was. And now we just move a step, and now you're saying the law is the best. It should be applied to the letter. And guess what? No, let me finish. Nelson, you're coming. And I'm just feeling the aura of the double standard that is being exhibited here. The same law that is applied against Spoon, or which is shut down now. You say it's a bad law. It shouldn't be happening. It shouldn't be happening that way. The law is not being applied right there. It shouldn't happen. Now you are saying that the code of conduct is a law. It must be applied. You are saying this thing, and we are listening to you, and the Liberians who are listening to you, and you think they are stupid. They are not. Liberians are wise people. They will listen to you and will see the fakeness in your advocacy and the things that you're doing.
This is apple and oranges. You cannot compare apple and oranges. That's not the law, George. That's apple and oranges.
Please, let's all mute. Let's all mute. Let's all George to land.
Let George conclude.
Let me land, please. Let me land.
Conclude, brother.
Let's see what is the judiciary, what the decision they have made on Spoon is the law, just the same as the code of conduct. Sedition are saying now that the code of conduct is unjust, and you said no, the code of conduct is right because it's against sedition.
Thank you,
now,
Josh.
The same law is applied at Spoon, and Spoon is shut
Thank you,
down.
Josh.
You said it's wrong. Where do we go from here?
Thank you, Josh.
It's just what it is. The law is
Can
the
I come
law.
in? Can I
Thank
come
you,
in?
Josh. Yeah. So, Moba, you're coming.
Let
Let me just say something very quick before you come in, Moba. Just very quick. So the first thing is the discussion, the previous discussion we had before coming here was not about the law being unjust. It was not about the law not being right or the law not being good or the law being bad. No. The discussion was about the procedural aspect of this entire case. All right?
It's part of the law. It's part of the law. That's the law being applied.
No. So we had this discussion from
That's the
different
application
angles.
of the law. That's the application of the law. There's no
Okay, so
if or but about
let's
it.
have who's
Yeah,
coming?
let me get 30 seconds. And my brother coming from CPP.
Yeah.
Josh, the case of Waterspoon, nobody here or maybe saying contrary to the government, but maybe what he named suing Waterspoon. It's not what we're saying. That's it, right? Defamation of character, you get a right to sue. But what we are saying here is the proceeding. Now, somebody carry bond the first time you say your stomach hurting. They carry bond the second time you say your foot hurting. They carry bond the third time you say the money small. They went and make it 60,000 United States dollars and carry back to you. And then you say they must carry it to the upper court and the upper court tongue it down. So I want to ask you this question. Which one of the Constitution said that if a lower court, let's just say what matter that a lower court, not even judge, but they must send it to the higher court. You know why they're doing it? Because there's a delay. They don't want to delay. We're saying that they may not get a right to sue Waterspoon. It's not what we're saying. But because they delay 30, that's the point everybody making. So get that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's hold you there now and move to our brother. He came in. Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah. You came in. You've been very patient. We want to appreciate you for exercising that much patience on the show. I see your ANC banner in the background, so it tells me that you're definitely an ANC supporter. I think.
CPP man.
I'm a CPP man.
Okay, go ahead, sir. Go ahead, make it.
Thank you, Nursing, for this. My first time on this platform, but I always listen to this platform. But this is my first time appearing on this platform. Thank you so much. Like the video we just listened to, that's why Mr. Edizana B. Cummings is in this race. Business as usual is not going to happen this election. This election is very crucial to we, the young people, this generation. The past generation have failed us, and so that's why this election, we have to take it in our hands. Edizana B. Cummings has told us countless number of times that the problem that got us here today is business as usual. That's why he has instructed us, all of us, whether you for him or not, you listen to him, to engage the minds and heart of our people, because that's the underlying issues of our problem today. You see, when Samuel Tour was speaking, our young people were sitting there clapping for those lies, because that's how the failed politician has subjected us to get stuck in that mindset with those lies. So Mr. Kumi realized as a leader, you sit down, you analyze the issue, you don't take the issue from the top, you take the issue from the root. So he told us the root cause of our problem is our mindset. The mindset that is the politician has subjected us to get stuck into. So that's why our political leader, the next president of this republic, is now in this race, is bringing change. It's comical to see UP and CDCs on this platform to even come or how you call it, Samuel Tue. UP, you don't have the space to even come here to say Samuel Tue is not saying the right thing, because you have Eugene Fagon on this platform all the time. Eugene Fagon yesterday, when our 16 billion got missing, when our 25 million was misappropriated, when 10 billion was printed and missing in the air, Eugene Fagon was the same person lying. The same thing that, or how you call it, that Samuel Tue is doing to our people now. And now you got Eugene Fagon on your team, on your campaign team, doing the same thing on this platform all the time. So UP people, you don't even have that space to even sit here and even tell Samuel Tue that you are lying, because you yourself, you're part of the same problem that got us here today. So I will stop here, and I'm looking forward to see that. What you have to say. Let me
Any question? Any question?
No. Before you come here with all your questions, let the CP man. Let me
ask the man, right?
Please.
We're talking about you.
Listen, Chalayu, that strategy will not work on us. That tactic.
Let Samuel step in vogue and ask questions.
Listen,
Samuel,
Sandy was up there, right where Sheriff is. And then somebody got in studio. It was how Sandy came all the way down. Sandy made his point first. He was the very first person to speak on this.
No, I have not spoken.
And then we relocated you. So you
Samuel haven't spoken yet. Samuel has to speak.
Samuel got to speak.
But quickly before Samuel speak, I just want to say my brother welcome, because I haven't said it. All the you people, you're welcome, your friends in here. So welcome, my brother, and thank you for backing me up. I think you come here with fire, and they will be afraid of you. Thank you.
I don't call Samuel in, man. I recognize Samuel. I call Samuel just now, bro.
Listen.
Thank you. Samuel,
right?
Go ahead.
My LPP brother coming tomorrow.
All right, man. I want to say thanks for you guys for. I want to say thanks for you guys for giving me the time to share my own little thought. I'm just sitting listening, and something just running to my mind that we Liberians, we shouldn't forget to know that Liberia was based on a Christian principle. We may not be perfect, but God is the one that has that country. And it baffles me to see people using the name of God with a lot of rhetorics, because it baffles me to see some Tue that will go and sit in church on a Sunday. You see the George Weah that will go and sit in church on a Sunday. He thought he said pastor, but I know the Bible said you see God. And everything that I do comes back to them. The system itself cannot speak out. God itself used
the internet let it business. The internet let it business.
Transform that country.
No,
because
Samuel, maybe you go out and
Can I correct our brother quickly? He said mention something that I wanted, like about a history of Liberia.
No, but I know the scripture is coming from. I can end the scripture.
Huh?
No. Listen, yeah. Sheriff coming, then we can go to that.
Yeah, I heard our brother saying that I know there's gonna be a debate for another day, but again, like when I see people come on the platform and always say something like Labra was built on Christian principle, sometimes I feel it's insulting to our people, especially our indigenous people, because history has it before the settlers came to our land, we had tribal people that occupied that land. Many of those tribal people that was on that land had their ancestral religions. They worship their African gods. Some were Muslims, but Western religion was not a thing in our nation. So the few group of people that came, they drafted the Constitution or whatever document they drafted. They instilled in that document that Liberia was going to be built on a Christian principle.
Okay.
Did they
So
consult? Did they
that's a
consult the
discussion.
indigenous?
Yeah, that different
The
thing, Sherry.
majority of the people on the land
Sherry,
at the
gotta take
time,
our eyes off the ball.
they had no input. They had no input on it. So you're using a law of a small minority group and impose that on the larger majority of the population. So that argument, I know it's an argument for another day, but I'll be glad to get into that.
Sheriff, you've got a point.
Yeah.
That's
He doesn't
a
have a point.
discussion.
He doesn't have a
That's a
point.
discussion.
Does he have a
That's a
point,
discussion.
George?
He doesn't
You
have
know
a
it.
point.
Let
He
me
doesn't.
end.
You know he have a
Let me
point.
end Samuel
Yeah,
point.
allow me. I'll tell you why he doesn't have a
But
point.
that'll be another conversation for
He
another
doesn't
day.
have a
Yeah.
point.
My man,
I don't want us to
that's,
divert.
we shouldn't
I don't want
dive
us
into
to
the other
divert.
topic for now, my man.
Yeah.
We don't
So maybe
man.
we can save this topic for Saturday.
Right.
I
Yeah.
will save it for Saturday.
Uh-huh.
Maybe we can have Maybe we can have a pastor and an imam on the show, and then we can come up and have this discussion plus all the other guys here. We're looking forward to that. Yeah,
But I
hope
told
we
you
can-
into that one. I told you that I'm trying to talk.
I mean, I
No, I
thought
was
plenty
ending
of-
Samuel point.
And I told you.
No, Mama not told you. Mama not told you.
And I told you.
Okay,
That
so
was
Papa,
question
let's
I asked,
let Daniel
George.
come
Yeah,
in.
what about
Let
Happy
Daniel
spoken?
come
Let me
in.
just end Samuel point. I can promise you more, but I will not go too far.
You have 30 seconds, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, I called my brother Samuel in. I knew he had a legitimate point. And Samuel said that the honorable father minister was lying in church. And he just wanted to indicate that be not deceived, God is not mocked. And he was clear. He said the final minister was lying. And I just want to say to our brother Valule over here that two wrongs does not make a right. So if other people did wrong in the past and you alluded to Fakone backing it, what we're doing today, let's stand up together as youth of the country and as opposition together and denounce them. Let's denounce the fact today. Two right does not make a wrong. Be not deceived, God is not mocked. Thank you.
Thank
I
you
will
very
respond
much.
to that later.
Okay.
Thank
Let me come in.
Yeah, so just
Look,
come in more, so we go to the lines.
you know, we from the opposition, we don't want to attack each other. But you're seeing like we are fighting each other. The meat we supposed to go cut, you're leaving the meat and you're going for the other one where all of us will join and eat. We here to attack ANC people, as I said earlier. I even told that I told my brother Sandy on the platform. So when you come here, you won't be downgrading United Party about Eugene Fagon. You are wrong. Because if you're talking about Eugene Fagon, then we'll start going to the CNC people who get a lot of people in Hokkien. But we'll go through that far. All I can tell you is, I'm not here to attack CPP. I'm here to attack the CDC, the people who standing to the front seat of the boss. That's the people I here to attack. I here to bring out all their ills, all the wrong they're doing. That's what I here to bring.
Can I get 30 seconds?
It's not to say you are strong. You are not strong. But we don't want to go that route. It's not to say we are afraid. We are not.
Nessie, can I get 30 seconds?
We are going for the
yeah.
same one
So let's get
denominator.
30 seconds.
That's it.
Let's get 30 seconds. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, 30 seconds, please. You know, I started with the young people. The young people are we are the one that are making the majority of the decision this election. Those young people were born 2005. How old are they today? Some of them are 21 today. So if we come in here to educate and enlarging the minds of our people that we left by home, if we come here, we should be clear and to the point. It's not because I'm supporting you or you my brother, then we are doing wrong. I should not say it. If we are in a race for change, the change, it should be clear across the board. UP, if you come here for change, you should be clear across the board. I'm talking about Eugene Fagon. Eugene Fagon was there in bed with the 16 billion dollars that we're talking about today that got our people in poverty today.
And where Musa ability was. Where Musa ability was.
Now, we don't want to go that route, man. We don't want to go that route.
Okay, hello, guys. Yes. Hello.
The number 2 man to JMB. The number 2 man to JMB. He's just 2 months old opposition. 2 months old opposition today. Since April, he began opposition since April. So
he can be opposition today.
And tell us that we should not talk about it. We should not enlighten the minds of our people.
The age of Methuselah had nothing to do with the wisdom of Solomon. The age of Methuselah had nothing to do with the wisdom of Solomon.
Thank you.
Even now, when someone to John and they'll be praising him, you're leading.
Thank you. So let's go to the lines and take some calls. Right after that, we will come back so that everybody can have their make their final statement.
John and they'll say, Baku, you strong. I don't be doing.
Oh, so George on mute just to cause serious disruption.
Don't mind, George.
Okay, so so if you're out there, you're following the show, this is the Late Night Politics on Spoon. This is where we come with diverse views on the national issues and we get to discuss it here together. I'd like to say welcome. In case you just joined us, I'm Nelson Colette. You have Josh. Josh is here representing the CDC. Morba Zokia is here. Daniel is here as well. We have Daniel represents the JNB, the train, the moving train. I don't know whether the train is still on the track, but Sharif is representing JNB, the train as well. Toure is here representing Councilor Tiawan Gonglu. Our brother Yan just joined us today. He's representing Mr. Alexander Cummings. And likewise, Cindy. I don't know why the two ANC men just decided to squeeze and say that corner. That corner would be just wow.
You got to shuffle them.
Okay, so let's go to the lines and take some of your calls now. The number is on the screen. I hope I got that number right because I remember there was one time I missed the number, and then I think it was today, and I noticed that calls were not coming in. But let's take this person. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. You're live. Your name and where you call from?
Okay, I'm Benjamin Wallix. I'm calling from Philadelphia.
Okay, Benjamin, let's hear your take, sir. We talked about two issues, the spoon situation and also the code of conduct situation.
The issue that with the code of conduct, I just want us to look at it from a standpoint in 2017 because the late council of Bronski shut that thing down. I think that is where CDC is coming from. And then secondly, coming to spoon, it's so sad for our brother George. You should understand allegation. When allegation comes upon you, you have the right to file in your bond because you want to get a hearing to that issue. But when it comes to the spoon talk, nothing of such that go on to Gloria Muzuka case. That is where our brothers come from to say, look, CDC has been a dictatorial form of government in our country. So, George, it's so sad for you to be pleading a case. But I will say one thing to George before I travel along. George, be honest with yourself. Have you really looked at the look of Samuel Hold on, just as a person of modeling dishcloth?
No. Sorry. No. One thing we will not do. No, listen, guys. Let me say this. The truth is, we are all Liberians, all right? And there should be no reason why, in the process of discussing the issues, we will get personal and go that route. No. I think we shouldn't be going there. And that's the standard we try to set on the show here. So please, let's discuss the issue. Let's discuss how we can move our country forward. Hello. Go ahead.
Hi, Nelson.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. You're live.
Yeah, my name is Lisa, and I call you from Minnesota.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
And I just want to speak to the fellow. I don't know his name. It's from the ANC.
Okay, yeah.
He said something about people being with the CDC, and now he's with the United Party. I just want to make him understand that there are people in the ANC, the United Party, that the Liberian people fear today. Half of them part of the ANC, the rest of them with the CDC. The lives of Louis Brown working in the Madam Sedut government. The lives of Besonga Fine. The lives of Musa Hassan Blede, who is a convicted FIFA criminal. And you can't talk about Eugene Fagon, who was fired by the CDC, and today he's with the United Party. Then you won't make it an issue for the Liberian people to look at the United Party to be bad. I just want to let you know that you can't put so many bad apples in your party that you should try to clean up fresh before throwing stone at other people.
Thank you.
That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution on the program this morning. We'll go back to the line and take another call here. So you can call the numbers on the screen via WhatsApp or a direct call, and I'll be able to take you through. Let's see if we can take another person here. This call. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. You're live. Your name and where you're calling from.
Yeah, hello.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm calling from the US, but for some reason I don't want to call my name. I don't know if that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to make one little clarification for George. The issue with he made a remark saying at the time the police was United Party police when they killed someone at the CDC headquarters. I just wanted to tell him that was not the police that killed the guy at the CDC headquarters. It was the unmanned soldier. The police never had gun at the time.
Okay.
So let's stop saying it was the police. It was not the police.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you. We will take another call here. You can call the numbers on the screen. Call via
I will
WhatsApp.
address that caller when you finish. I will address that caller, please.
Okay, you are addressing. Great.
But I think I told you about that stuff before.
So let's go back to the line and see if we can take a call here. Hello? Again, we lost this person here. Oosh. Okay. So you can call the numbers on the screen. But George, you want to address the issue?
Yes. Look, I just sometimes I feel embarrassed, you know what I mean, when we are twisting and turning to turn what is white into black for no reason, right? I watched a video where even a guy who was shooting, they disarmed him right there. He was an LMP officer. All those they were backed by the Army police. I worked for Army at the time. Even at that time, we renovated the LMP headquarters. That's when they were being trained. These people were used. Those are the ones that when they were just backed by Army police. I was there. I worked for Army at the time. I was in engineering. So I worked for Army. I was there when that thing happened. So no one should come here because some people don't know. So you want to lie to us to say LMP were not there. They were being trained. They were taking there.
Okay. Josh, it's good that you work with Omil.
So can I get George a trivia question? Nelson?
Yeah, you were coming, sir. But just quickly for George, in what year exactly, as someone who worked with Omil, in what year or in which year exactly did Omil give or were the Liberian National Police armed? In what year were they giving guns?
Oh, look, I cannot tell you the specific year that they were giving guns, but I know that when they were being trained, they were being trained with weapons. How will you train a police officer without having gun? The first thing is that
because
weapon. No. Don't say that, man. Don't. You guys should have to stop this. You cannot say police are trained without gun. Then what are police for? Oh, they will use a hand to catch a criminal.
It's not what I was saying.
No, don't say what you don't know.
Okay, so
that's the thing.
okay, George,
Nelson,
thank
that's
you.
why I wanted to handle this, man. You shouldn't put yourself between the fire. Let me take it or George.
Okay, no, let's squeeze in this caller very quick. We'll come back. Let's squeeze this caller. Good morning, sir. Go ahead. You live.
Yes, good morning.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm Solomon C. Kumuro calling from a 12th resident.
Yeah, let's hear you.
My brother Nelson and the rest of the panelists, the truth there is easy to tell the truth than lie. What Brother George is saying, even the little child are lying by me here will never believe what he's saying.
Okay.
Will never believe what he's saying.
What exactly?
What validated by this president every time. You see
Okay, so listen now. Let's have a conversation. What exactly did George say that you think even the little child will not believe? Because he said so many things. What exactly did he say that you think is not true?
One of the cases is the spoon case, right?
Mm-hmm.
The spoon case it's a legal issue between spoon and then an individual.
Mm-hmm.
It's not with government.
Mm-hmm.
So shutting down spoon, it got nothing to do. Spoon is doing business. So you can't shut down spoon and then make everybody intending to make everybody that work with spoon jobless. What if the spoon network was not strong enough to take care of its workforce? That's one. The code of conduct we are talking about said that if you are in a public position and you want to exercise your political right and campaign for your candidate, for your party, you should resign prior to the election time.
Okay.
And nothing just is telling all that we want to say here.
Thank you. Let's hold you there. Thanks a lot for making your point. I think we'll go back and see if we can take this call, and then we'll come back to you, George. I know you. Sorry to you, Daniel. I know you have a point you wanted to make very quick, but let's see if we can bring this person. Okay, but go ahead, Daniel. You wanted to make a point, sir.
Yeah. I don't want you asking the hard question, Nelson. I will ask George one question. If he answer that, I will go forward. If he fail to answer that, then we don't have a case. George, Nelson was asking you the year. Can you just tell me the day the incident occurred? Not date, but the day.
Look, what I do know is I think it was September 11th.
I didn't say date. I said day, D-A-Y.
The day, D-A-Y. I can't remember the day, man. What were you
Okay, thank you. It's enough. Thank you. Let me go.
How will you ask me your day, man? Come on.
You just say you can't remember.
Yeah, but yes. So what? It doesn't make any difference.
But then allow me to go. Let me proceed.
What? Your question is not a question. It's just
okay. It's not a question. Let me expose you.
Yeah. So if I don't know the day, I don't know anything about Liberia. Man, go ahead.
No, you say you are engineer. You are engineer for OMIL or whatever ECOWAS or whatever the sub-region or international community forces were. But in matter of fact, it was on a Bloody Monday. And we knew the strategy behind Bloody Monday. So, listen, George, we have to school you yet. Hold on, Nelson. Let me school George a little bit. We know, we understand what Bloody Monday came about and how it was strategized. The matter of fact, the sporadic gunfire that went through the CDC headquarters that day, it had nothing to do with LMP, but the armed forces were in defense, and that was an AWOL bullet. It was a straight bullet that hit a particular sedition. It had nothing to do with Liberian or police force. So for you to be asking for how they will treat someone without giving them arm, it just shows how detached you are when it comes to Liberian body politics. It's just unfortunate that you are here today and you don't even know about Bloody Monday. I know CDC did not send you here, but we'll give you a pass tonight. because you're speaking at your own volition. I know you're not representing CDC because you are completely
Okay,
embarrassing
Josh,
the CDC.
I'm not. Let me
Josh,
just say
Josh,
something quickly.
we will come back to you, Josh. We'll come back to you to
You
respond.
cannot allow him to go and then I can say something. Nelson, let me just
No.
say something quickly. I'm not going to stay long. It's not going to be long. I'm not arguing with my brother here. It doesn't make any sense to argue with him. I'm just trying to tell you that by the 31st of May, 2014, the LMP were at 4,000. Let me just, the strength of the LMP at the time was around 4,000. These people were trained with weapons. They did not train them with their bare hands. People were trained how to use weapons and everything. They went through the entire stage. Before they can carry you to a riot area, they will not carry you to a riot area without any weapon. You people should have to stop this thing. If that your brother was killed, you not come here and talk this thing you are saying here. You are a disappointment.
Thank you.
LMP was not responsible for security at the point in time.
We will not do that. Please, let's respect the rule we have on the show.
Brother, you don't have
Let's respect the rule we have on the show. George, please mute. Let's take our caller. Hello, you live, sir. Let's hear you.
Yeah, this is Nafi Sasa calling from Sweden, and I just want to make 2 quick points.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I want you guys to stop arguing because this thing that is happening, we arguing among ourselves, and the people that are really suffering, they're back home. And another thing about the media blackout, I think we shouldn't go for it. I think we should continue giving the people the news. And another thing I wanted to stress on is this somewhat poor statement he made.
Mm-hmm.
You know that 27 million people, he might be right, because when you look at it, the Western cluster deal, if they had brought iron ore company to Liberia, 27 million people, a small amount of people, they would have employed more Liberians. So maybe they're even selling Ivory Coast coral and then we're buying it back. That could be a fact too. We should check it out. Maybe Liberia, the hydro, they're selling the Ivory Coast, and Ivory Coast sell a direct coral, and then Ivory Coast changing the coral, and then we're buying it back for them. Liberia, we are like that. So these are the points I want us to look in. Let's talk to the issue, guys. Thank you, guys, for the show.
Thank you, Nathan. It's been a while since you last appeared here. We look forward to seeing you again. Let's take this person. Hello. 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 Are you here? Hello. Okay. No, I think this person is not ready yet. We'll take just 4 more calls and then we wrap up on the show, and then I will just come back to you guys to make your closing. Okay, so it's like we don't have a call now. So
Nelson, I was making.
Go first. I'm way in South Africa. It's 7 a.m. here. I gotta get ready for my daily stuff. Please.
I don't want you to leave because we want, anyway, I just kidding. You can do your stuff.
Yeah, go ahead, Chief.
Well, that's it. Thank you so much tonight. Thanks to all of my brothers on the platform tonight, and I look forward to this every night now. Thank you for accepting me to appear on this platform. Like I said, we always follow Spoon, but this is my first time appearing. But how you call him? The comment I made about Eugene Fagon, we're talking about lies. If we're talking about lies, we should be very fair to one another and to the country. The country is at a crucial stage. We are here in the 21st century, and we don't have nothing to show. Like I said, I came to South Africa like last week, driving from the airport of Johannesburg to my hotel. I question myself, is this part of Africa too? What make our own country on the same continent different than other countries on the continent? It's because of the same lies that we are talking about here today. The lies from politicians, the deception. We're not honest to ourselves. If we're honest to ourselves and stand for what is right, we will prevail. We will see what other countries are enjoying, we enjoy as well. Because we, the citizens, we, the voters, we allow those people to come in this 21st century where our information is to our disposal. We allow those guys to come and tell us lies and believe them.
30 seconds, yeah. 30 seconds.
And follow them. These things, it should not exist in our body politics. I'm talking about Eugene Fagon. Your people on here talking catching feelings. It's just a mere fact. So if you the UP people get the guts to come on here and how you call it talk against Samuel Tuel lies today, you should have the same courage to talk against Eugene Fagon lies of yesterday that got us here today. That got us, we are standing up against this government. Because it was Eugene Fagon who empower this government to do what they are doing today. Thank you. Thanks to all of you, and I look forward to this.
Thank you. Let's squeeze in our caller. Thanks for being very patient on the line. Good morning. Go ahead, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Go ahead now. You're live.
Yeah. Like a very Kentucky.
Okay.
You guys are taking for the show. I'm watching the show live. My input is as a very American, the political party, the opposition, actually attack each other. The target is how do we actually leave the presidency to our country to be taken on.
Thank you.
All the opposition political party they have is, if you take the ANC, you see a lot of people who are in the government and they don't have few records. You get the UP, they're still. So the target is Georgia. So the second balance should be how Georgia will leave the presidency and not coming each other. Then we take the ANC. Yeah, most of the people who is now with the ANC, but depending on the ANC, and everybody tell me we can. The party that put up this running on the number.
Thank you.
One on the CCTK.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now every in the ELT of the CPE.
Thank you.
So the CPE look at the man.
Thank you very much.
Coming out of Israel, he's coming right back. He won his number on CCTK.
Thank you, sir. That's all you there. Thanks a whole lot. That's all you there and squeezing this person very quick. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Yes, go ahead.
Panelist, thank you guys for the sacrifices that you are making for the Liberian people. I just want to comment a little bit on Samuel Tuel. You see, Tuel is the master planner for all the evil that the Liberian people are going through. This guy, I think the music, the reggae music, Joria May, Mr. Lion Man, I think he was referring to Tuel. Tuel is a man that you can even tell from that video, like he's not normal. Bouncing around like one of those air control balls, you know, that we used to play when we were kids. You know, bouncing around here, jumping here, even like those Zoom guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Don't use that type of water, man.
You know,
let me close, man, please.
As much as let me just squeeze in this final call here, then we come back to close. Hello? Yeah, go ahead, you're live. Wow. Hello?
I think one of the reasons why the government of George Weah continue to close radio station down is because Liberians as a whole, we are now honest people. When things are in our favor, we turn to sit and look at the wrong thing to happen. When things are against us, we try to preach. For example, look at the panelists, for example. Most of you guys are looking at speaking against people of other parties, while you have people in your party that are looking at things, people with bad reputation in your party, you are not able to point it out, but you point it out to other people a problem. What is happening to this point is the fact that Liberians don't have the guts to face the reality. We are not honest with ourselves. If you are honest with yourself, you'll know that the right thing has to be done in your country. And you'll make the right decision in your country. But these folks are not ready to make the right decision in our country. And everybody, including the CCP, the AMP, the Unity Party, they all have people with bad reputations.
Thank you.
But because George Weah is messing up, we are all looking at George Weah today. We need to face the reality that George Weah is not our only problem.
Thank you very much,
All
sir.
these folks that are vetting for power right now, all these folks are part of the problem in Liberia.
Thank you very much, sir. Let's hold you there. Thanks a lot. Yeah. So we will have to hold that. Yeah. So I will just give 1 minute each to everyone up here to just wrap up. So callers, I'm sorry we're not taking calls again. Yes, we have to close up. So let me start with you. Since you just coming in, our brother Samuel, you can go. You've been having some issues with your connection, I think.
Yeah, I want to say thanks again to you guys. I want to say thanks a lot. And I don't want people beating on Brother George. I don't want people beating on Brother George because I know Brother George is a person who can read between the lines, who can see good and say it is good, who can see bad and say it is bad. So, but my question to Brother George, are you a Sidician?
Yes, I am.
Brother George, are you a Sidician?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So where you sit presently, look at your surrounding, look at the facility that you get. Is that what the Liberian people are having in Liberia?
That question should go to Joe Boakai. He has been in government for 42 years. Just we are just came for 6
Very
years.
good.
In 6
Okay,
years,
I
and
will take that.
this country that I live in, it was established many years ago in
Guys,
1901. No,
guys.
listen, 1901. That's when they started building this country.
Man, someone got to go,
Samuel,
man.
Samuel, did you give a portion of your 1 minute to Josh?
Yeah,
Final
give me a
statement,
1 minute.
that's all.
I will elaborate. I will elaborate.
Okay.
Give me a 1 minute.
Okay.
So I can go ahead.
So no, I asked you the question. I'm using this 1 minute because I got to wrap it up to my.
And you have 10 seconds remaining, Samuel.
So I don't want to go there with Brother George. Let me use my 10 seconds to let Brother George to know that enough is enough. The Liberian people are standing up for Mama Liberia. And it's about time that every evilness that have come under this CDC government going to be done away with Ambassador Joseph Yuma Boka. I want you to know that Joseph Yuma Boka being in government, it was through the intervention of God getting him to remain there. He could be killed. But God certain things that today we will see the reality. So all what you about saying, it is about time that you will see Mama Liberia change under Joseph Yuma Boka. Because all what you guys are doing, saying the death, look what they're doing to Spoon TV right now. I'm already telling my sister boys in Liberia to go on Friday. I'm giving them cash to go on Friday to be part of that protest, peaceful protest. You cannot be shutting a radio station then down because you want them to be in favor of you. This is the type of leader this guy, the national team. Everybody should submit to him. Today, these people in the country, they cannot even speak because they're after them.
Thank you,
is
sir.
That what Mama Liberia for?
Thank
it
you.
Is a time. Enough is enough. So, George, if you have conscience, you go back and ask God for direction to tell you that what you are saying on this platform, with people dying, and you are here, no justice, but justice is coming. October 10th, Joseph Yuma. So keep that and know it.
That's all you there, Samuel. Thank you very much. Let's squeeze in this person. This person has been holding on for a while. Hello, go ahead now. You live.
Hello, good morning. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, go ahead quickly. Yeah, you live.
This is Mark Wekubepara.
Okay.
Sharon Kepard Kapu. And I just got to make a point to what my ANC brother in studio who said he's in South Africa said his concern about the backwardness of our country. So I just got to say, if you live in a society where people I criticize, people I consider poor, when they leave leadership, because they left leadership. While they were there, they did not build mansions, they did not accumulate wealth for themselves. And today, people will leave leadership, other enter leadership in one home, leave other leadership and stay in that one home after serving for over 42 years. And you have people come out to condemn the person or condemn people with such characteristics. How do you expect the country to be built like South Africa when you hear leaders who steal your resources, build policies all over the place for themselves, and then you condemn and criticize leaders who decide to stay in one home because they are contented and very satisfied with being in a single home or having a single home. So these are some of the reasons why our country will not move forward. And to my ANC brother, the politics you guys are preaching against Joseph Walker is one of the reasons why our country is not moving forward. Because our leaders feel very satisfied coming to power, corrupting the state, taking our resources, building mansions all over the place for themselves, living lavishing lifestyles. But we don't condemn those kind of leaders. But when a man serves government, he for the 2 years leave government and still lives in a single home that he built with his earning in government, we come and call that man poor.
Okay.
That's the reason why we might not be like Africa. That's the reason why we might not be like other developed states. And until we can be honest to ourselves, we will continue to look at other countries and crave that our country will be like those countries.
Thank you.
So thanks for having me.
Thanks a lot. I
All
appreciate
right,
it. Thanks a lot for sharing that. So we that concludes the call. So we will get Raymond to wrap up. Then we go to Cindy, from Cindy, Josh, from Josh, Daniel, from Daniel, Sharif, and then Mobile will take us home.
And so I'm a Christian. I will close by quoting the Lord Jesus. He said, by their fruit we shall know them. And he said, your lies is of the devil, your father. Those who lie to you, Liberian, they come from nowhere but from the devil, irrespective of who they are. Samuel 2 have told you many lies. CDC is a cult, and they represent nothing good but evil. Their strategy is to lie to you. Do not accept their lies, reject their lies. And to our ANC people, you know, we're in the opposition together. This time it's time for unity, opposition unity, in order to uproot the evil. The biggest evil in the room is George Weah and his gang, his cult of praise singers who would bend on the truth and say a lie, irrespective of their integrity being on the line. They don't care about themselves. They're following the cult. They will say any lie to satisfy their evil king, their evil master. ANC, do not fall in the trap. We know you're in bed with Ellen and you want to champion Ellen's fight. So you come about with 2 words, hypocrisy. You just condemn Fagon, who got booted from government for speaking on behalf of the Liberian people by talking about issues about COVID-19. And you want to compare him to the likes of Musa Ability that owe the poor Liberian people $6 million. And your stand-up bearer comes him and said,
Raymond, when I owned that, bro, they wanted to kill him. They missed Fagon 2-3.
And you went on to say, your stand-up bearer went on in defense.
Raymond, you have 30 seconds, sir.
Your stand-up bearer went in defense of Musa Ability and said FIFA is not a reputable organization because they themselves into corruption. A stand-up bearer who finds someone who be indicted for stealing all Liberian people more than $6 million after Piasso Petroleum, where he's supposed to take 30 cents of the petroleum and give it to the government. He took the 30 cents and ate it. And Cummings, with all of his integrity for corporate America, can't find wrong in it and defend that. My people, your hypocrisy lay in. They fight for the Liberian people. It's not about Joseph Boakai. If Joseph Boakai comes in power and does the same things that we're doing, we will condemn him. I'm not a United partisan. I support him because of his integrity, his clean records, and what he stands for, the wisdom and the way he conducts himself. But y'all, please stop the hypocrisy and let Liberian people get
Thank
what
you.
they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raymond. Let's go to you, Sandy.
Well, a really good show again tonight, but I want to end here speaking to the young people, the youth of our country. I'm not here to attack who's on which campaign team or the other. Look, what I want to say to my fellow young people, the elections is a critical journey within the Liberian history that will be remembering our history. This election is critical for your well-being, for your survival, and for your future. This is not the type of leadership we need. It's not a type of leadership that is solely political or that has 40 years plus of political experience. The mess our country is in, our issue currently, we know, is the issue of the lack of job, the issue of a destroyed economy being destroyed by this current government. The issue our country is faced with is the issue of the young people not having jobs, no vocational schools, no systems in place to keep the youth busy in a positive way. So we do not need someone that has been tested with a system that has not worked for the Liberian people. We need a guy with new idea, fresh mind, who has been tested to build economy, who has been tested to grow a corporate organization that made billions of dollars. We need a guy who can help to grow the Liberian economy so that you, the young people, can have jobs, so that you, the young people, can have quality education, quality vocational school, improve the healthcare system in our country. That's the kind of leader we need. So when they come to you and say, this person has not been around here for so long, this is not a popularity contest we are running here. This is the issue of fixing the Liberian people issue so that you can have a daily bread, so that you, the young people, cannot depend on these same politicians. Mr. Comey is coming in to fix the country. Mr. Comey is coming in to improve the Liberian economy. Mr. Comey is coming in for you and myself, the young people, so we can have a future. The conditions we are in now, I continue to tell you, are not normal. That a 35 or 40-year-old person will not have a job to go to. That you will still have nothing in your name and still live with your parents at your age. Do not normalize the situation. And that's why we do not need the old system. It has not worked for us. Mr. Blackout is a great man. He has served his country. Let him enjoy his retirement. Mr. Weha has destroyed the country. Let us not give him a second term. Let us put Mr. Alexander Cummings, vote him on October 10th as your president to face the issues of our country so that the young people can have something to go to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandy. But I'm always wondering as to why you don't look at your camera when you're speaking. You're always looking on the other side.
I thought I was looking at you.
Because people see But Mr. Cooper, let's hear you, sir.
Yeah.
You are not coming in. We're not getting you at all.
It's muted.
We're not getting you, sir.
It's muted.
You are speaking, but we are not getting you. I don't know what's happening. Yeah, maybe you should log out and try to come back in. Yeah, maybe you should do that. But let's go to George. Josh, the floor is yours, sir. George, you are muted. We're not hearing you. Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Just for a disclaimer, I was not sent here by CDC, and I hope that is clear for the answer. No one sent me here. I'm doing this that's really out of passion for my country, and I feel that it's a duty for me to be able to stand for what I see as being right. I know that President George Weah is the best this country has, offered, and this is the best to take us to where we want to go. We will have rocky.
Yeah, you should talk about the auditors then. When you get a passion, talk the deaf or innocent soul that die in our country, no justice, George.
Can you mute this guy?
Who's
doing that?
interrupting?
Come on, you gotta be professional.
It's
Yeah,
against our rule here, sir.
That's a rules, man. Let a man talk. Come on, Josh. You can go ahead, brother.
And I know that there will be issues. Even, if we make Jesus the president of Liberia, people will die. There will be issues. But we know that George Weah is doing his best, and we know that George Weah is going to take us to where we want to go as a country. To just, to just buttress what, other people have said. Look, I will not sit here and pretend as if Liberia is perfect. No, Liberia is not where we want it to be, but we are going there. As the president said recently, he said the best days for Liberia to boast of are ahead of us. We are preparing the ground, and we'll make sure that come October 10th, go and vote George Weah. We know it's not perfect. We know people will be hungry. Even in America, people are hungry. Here in Australia, we got hungry people. We got people who are homeless here. I came here from Liberia, but I got a house. But people who were born here, some of them are homeless. Situations are different. You might be down today, tomorrow you'll be up. I was born in a village where there was no car. Today, I can ride any car I want to ride. So that tells you that no condition is permanent. If you work hard, there's a place for you in Liberia. For anybody who is 35 years old, 40 years old, who does not have a job, I'll tell you, once your parents have a farmland, please go and farm it. You cannot be a farmer and want to be a classroom teacher. Find something for yourself to do. There are always opportunities for us to explore to make sure that we can contribute to the Liberia we want to build, not to be happy or sitting supinely. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Don't go.
Sharif, quickly. Sharif, quickly.
Yeah, so
we're gonna come to you, sir. Daniel will come to you.
All right.
We will come to you, sir. Let's have Sharif to wrap up very quick. Yeah, we'll come to you, sir.
Yes, my Liberian people, I understand that we go to countries like Ivory Coast, South Africa, or Ghana, and we see their country, we aspire to be like them. And this is what I can tell you. There's one key difference that they have made to their country that we have not. That is a good leadership. With a good leadership, coupled with the resources we have in our country, we can get there. And how do we get there? We have to eradicate wasteful spending. And guess who's the right person for that? It's Joseph Numa Boakai. History tells us, his record tells us, this man has always lived within his means. He has not spent extravagantly. He has not lived a lavish life, and his circle has always been managed quite well. And this is a man that is going to come and will prosecute anybody who indulge themselves into corrupt act. You'll be prosecuted. This is the man that will come that has an agenda that will work for the Liberian people. Liberian citizens will not be reduced to beggars. You will not be reduced to just t-shirt. You will not be reduced to just being someone that will be controlled as a tool to go to party, headquarters and shout munya munya. You're not going to be that person. You don't have to be a priest and go to your own country. You don't have to be a spectator to your own country. You will enjoy the resources of your country. You will have abundant food to eat. You have money to pay for your children. You have a hospital that will work for you, that will have good nurses that are qualified.
Thank you, sir.
You have good doctors. You have roads. You have electricities. You have security.
Oh, God.
And you have a roof over your head.
The guy can laugh.
Thank you.
Why you allow George to always interfere? And he's got
The man interfere and he kept telling me to shut
all the time. George does it, and you don't say nothing to George.
You don't say nothing. Right now, he's talking to brother that was just trying to interrupt him.
The man mute. He muted there.
Sorry,
Daniel.
sir. Sherry,
Yeah, I'm not muted. I'm not muted. Can I proceed?
Okay, sir. Yeah, please proceed. Please do that.
Yeah, definitely. when George said he did not come here to represent CDC, I gave him kudos for that. Because definitely I know these are not people that CDC will send out here. I hope they will send better pedigrees. But since he succumbed to that, I gave him the pass on it. The mere fact that George Weah went out there and became the world best and ridiculed Liberia to 4th place in the Manor Basin, that mediocrity that he brought to Liberia is a disservice to our country. Having said that, George, you spoke about agriculture. George Weah has invested zero in agriculture. You're talking about people getting food from agriculture. You're talking about homelessness. We live in the greatest country in the world. We know the services people benefit from here in this country, despite they live on the street, but they got different services. SSI, different services that these people get, despite they're in the street. But I ain't going to go there with you. Let's get back to Liberia. George Weah has absolutely no principle, no project, no agenda to run on right now. That's the reason why he tried to use the divide and rule. But we say to you people that Joseph Human Boakai has the agenda for this country, and definitely he's going to see us through. What you let me just retrogress a little bit, Nelson. Just give me that 1 minute. Our brother, the ANC brother, he had an energy.
30 seconds, sir. 30
Yeah,
seconds.
I will take the 30 seconds. He had an energy to fly to South Africa with the banner behind him, the ANC banner, and he talking about the street in South Africa. When he knew or he know the fact that Nelson Mandela came to Liberia, the apartheid era, Nelson Mandela came to Liberia to seek refuge. The Nnamdi Azikiwe, Benjamin Nnamdi Azikiwe, the first president for Nigeria. Before Nigeria got independent, they came to Liberia. Check the record. He attended University of Liberia. Go back to Ghana. Liberia is 176 years old, and they cannot even show any pathway. Liberia is in revolt. Liberia is retrogressing. Ellen Johnson said he took Liberia from a wartime where they looted Liberia with helicopter, cutting all the wires. And she said from small current to bigger current. And today, George Weah have taken everything into revolt. I'm disappointed in George, but I will not hold it against him because I know that he's not representing CDC. The day I see someone representing CDC, I will take the battle to them. Thank you. This is my first time on this show. And Nelson, I wish to be on this show every night. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot.
My
Mr.
brother,
Cooper,
you are highly welcome. We like the bullets that you keep firing with.
Thank you.
That JMB man,
No, because the message, I'm now a better pedigree of people. But my brother, Daniel.
What's the word you use again when everybody kept asking that good English? What's
the good English?
Uh-huh.
I use the word Nafaros. Go back to your lexicon. Go back to your lexicon. Nafaros is fallacious statement they're giving out. Akata electively mendacious.
Yeah.
Those are all Nafaros. They are synonymous.
Akata electively mendacious.
Mendacious.
Yeah. I know the commenters will come back for you. Thank you.
Let it come back. I let people look. Samuel Twist said over there and lied to the people. We gave them the lexicon meaning of this stuff. Yeah, we're not playing here. Samuel Twist go and lie to George Weah. Send George Weah say inept and he has no direction. The reason why Samuel Twist using him. But we'll show you that Joseph Numa Boakai has the economic power, the academic power, and the infrastructure power. We stand with him and we make sure we deliver Liberia.
Thank you.
I go English. I go English.
I go English. Lord mercy.
Joseph said you gotta go connect 4,000 homes in Lima County. The project, he said, you're begging me, he said, the president can go, I beg you, the minister go. This is the story of electricity that you have transformed in this country. So in a few weeks, about 4,000 households in Lima, another 4,000 in Bon County will be connected to electricity. When Money Qatar last night, you know what Money Qatar told me? The LC man, he said, you gotta tell the president to tell the college can be true. Liberia has exported power for the first time to Cote d'Ivoire.
There you have it. Let's hear you, Mr. Cooper.
Oh, thank you very much. There's a lot to be said, and like you guys have said, which are all to the points. But I will get back to George Weah. His situation is lost opportunity. Here's a man. He got to stardom from playing sports, soccer. He made whatever. He got known. He won the presidency from the youth based on the fact that he was a soccer player. Fine. I give him credit to that. But what did he do for the youth who have interest in soccer? Is there a soccer camp that you could breed or train these youth that will be recruited by European soccer teams? I have not heard of anything like that. But yet, he come and scrape the resources of everything to develop the country. And I don't see why people should be thinking about bringing Joe Weah back. He got nothing to run on.
Okay.
They talk about Joe Walker. Joe Walker had long string of experience. He gone through it all. He brings better recipe to the table. He can make Liberia better for the young, the old, and everybody as Liberia, not just one group of people saying, this is our time.
Thank you, sir.
We are out of that.
Thank you.
We need Joe Barker, everybody to come and join the rescue train.
Thank you.
This is the winning train. This is the only train that can rescue, transport, and rescue you from the dungeon we are in. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you. What about just take us on quickly?
Yeah, man, General guys, I want to tell everybody thank you for the time. My brother George, sometimes you just get up back. I laugh because it's so funny. George, you talking about people in America, people in Australia, whatsoever, they are all on the street. Yes, we agree. But guess what? People who on the street today in America, right? Those people, when you check that record, some of them they are violated and they are been in prison. And when they come out, that record have been damaged. And they got to take a time before those records come back. And some of them still get that patient. They will still be on the street. They get family. They can go to family, but they will still be on the street. The people open no avenue. I hear myself, man. Everybody mute, please. So now, as I was saying, all the Western countries you see, they open the avenue for everybody, even if they're down to their citizens. They go to work, they open in this country we're in. The foreigner work more than the citizen. It's not to say the citizens don't want to work, or they get the right to work. They get everything to their disposal to work, but you know why they can't work? Because they are lazy. The job is here. So I want you to be comparing Liberia and America, all the developed nation with Liberia. You see hungry, they hunger, all they want to know. In this country, they got what we call food stamp. For people who don't even have, you get nothing. You just stay to your house, you get food stamp, you get money on it, you got food on it. You go, you take your food, you use the money to pay some bills. In this country, you know why? Because of the system. You know why we can get our system? Our government only think about themselves. So we'll lead a message to the people. No one can take that place from JMB. JMB is the only person. It's the only person that can transform that country to a better place. To a place that today, when I leave from America, when I get, I don't have to worry about security. I don't have to worry about somebody harming me. Because you know what? There will be a security in place. There will be a justice for all the poor people. There will be a justice for that labor I was crying yesterday. There will be a justice for the editors. But we can't get justice for them because we know what? The justice system honor your God. Capital. Small G-O-D.
You guys are becoming comedians, man.
Everything he has been manipulating the system, calling people upon him, and making people to go. Like, it's just hard to talk sometimes. You cannot defend Jawia, my brother. You can't. Jawia had carried our country way back up.
Even during the war, people used to get food to eat. But this time around, they can't get food to eat. If I work out, I see my phone. I get what 50% school fee. You know why? Because the avenue not there for them to work, no job. They all are jobless. Some of them, they're high school graduate, college graduate. They can't even get a job to do. I remember Madam Eddie Johnson said it time. Let me conclude. I remember Madam Eddie Johnson said it time. I was working in the port. When I graduated from school, I was working, I was making my own money. You know why? Because it was open. I got to say, not doing anything. So we got to come to this conclusion, my people. Let me conclude on this. I beg you, my Liberian people, let us vote JMB for a better Liberia, for a security, for a closure on all the people that have been killed in this country. I'll leave with this.
Thank you very much, Moba. And let me say thanks to everyone here tonight for making out time to be on the show. I appreciate you. Your respective views was so important to the conversation. Josh, thank you for being here.
Especially me, especially George.
The man will be interrupting everybody. What Molva was speaking, he called Molva a comedian, but who more comedian than George? You are who the Buga dancer. They're making ugly music.
So who's asking for 10 seconds? Who's asking for?
Have a wonderful night, man. Whatever you want.
You know I will leave. You know I will leave. 10 seconds for me, I'm begging you. 10 seconds, bro.
You don't close it, right?
But why you want to say 10 seconds?
Bye-bye. Yeah.
Samuel, what do you want to say?
You know,
Thank you guys. Good night. I'm going to take a break. I gotta go to my routine tomorrow. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
I want the Liberian people to go out October 10 and look for the number 2 and vote for River's Emmanuel Yato. And tomorrow, Friday, every Liberian should go out to the court for Spoon TV.
In my last comment, anyway, tomorrow.
All my Nigerian brothers, those that ask me for help, one way and the other, knowing me or not knowing me, standing up for Mama Liberia. Is it about time to stand up for Spoon TV that justice shall reign? We're not going to let this go. Henry Costa case was a serious problem. Today, a radio station is now on. We must stand up for Spoon TV. Every Sunday, people were getting their late $10. Today, a lot of guys calling us. Hey, man, we're not getting that $10 again. For answering questions, for putting some food on their table. This is about time, Joseph Yuma. Please, Liberians, October 10th, number 2. Here is it, number 2.
We are not doing show after show, so I'm going to leave now.
Hey, I'm going to say so far, my brother.
Yeah, I'm going to leave now.
The gentlemen, let's make a run and call on the people to get out for Spoon. Let's just make a run and the last message to the people to come up.
I will see you guys tomorrow.
Let me tell you, gentlemen, I'll come and tell you for in the studio one by one.
Okay, good night, guys.
Yes.
Yeah, good night. Thank you.
Well, please stand up for Spoon, my people. That come out in our numbers. Let's show Spoon the support that she needs. Let's show up at the court with our placard peacefully, and let's call the government to reopen Spoon. Thank you.
Wow.
Good night, Nelson. Thank you for everything, and thank you so much, Nelson. Thank you so much.
You guys for Thanks to all of you for making up time to be here, folks. I want to say thanks to those of you watching as well. It's because of you that we come up here to do what we do. Thanks for playing that role, following the show, making your contributions in the comment section. A few of you were able to call during the call-in segment of the show. I want to appreciate all of you. We'll be here tomorrow again, hopefully with another edition of the program. My name is Nelson Colette. And I want to say thanks to all of the guys who were able to make it up here as well on the show. Have for yourselves a good night. Let's remember to keep the peace, regardless of which political party you support. Liberia is the bigger picture. So in the midst of our disagreements, in the midst of the intellectual discourse, let us remember that we have something to jealously protect, and that is the peace of our country. I'm Nelson Colin. Bye-bye for now.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, yeah, to spoon. Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat